Welcome back, everybody, to Quake Pro League Week 13. I am 40 Lions, and you can't get rid of me. Today, Lethal joins me. Lethal, it's been a minute. How are you?
Not too bad, man. Not so bad, man. It's not a bad thing having you here constantly on the pod.
I don't know about that.
Who complain? Who complain? But no, it's always good to be back here. Some great matches as usual, and look forward to it.
Yeah, it's been a minute, so why don't we go back in time like we usually do. 2 weeks ago was the last time we were here all together enjoying the frags, and we have a little recap video to take a look at. A lot of action, Lethal. Sparty versus Razy, and it got a little crazy. I mean, it was pretty one-sided, but Sparty kind of showing the world time and time again that he can get oh so close, and sometimes he can get oh so frustrated.
Yeah, he certainly could. Razy definitely put up all the stops here to make Sparty's life a complete and utter misery, which was a bit of a shame because there were times where Sparty was playing really well, sometimes he weren't. But the problem is against someone like Razy, where he's almost at his peak performance heading into QuakeCon in just a couple of months' time. But for Sparty, he wasn't having the greatest of parties, was he, here, Philly?
No, not really the party that you would want if you're a Sparty fan or Sparty himself. But Razy, I mean, just looking ever so sharp, just pushing him off the map, throwing himself off because he's just such a gentleman. But yeah, quite the game. And then we had a bit of a team kill. Dramas versus CNZ. We're going to see a little bit of them later, but this one kind of broke defense's heart, I think. But someone had to come out on top, and it was CNZ 3-0, Lethal.
Yeah, this was actually a little bit of a shocker in my opinion. But then again, CNZ has been performing a lot better over the past couple of weeks, or a few weeks rather, compared to what we've seen previously. It did defeat Maxter 2-1 last in a couple of weeks ago. It's now continuing with that trend just to try and at least get as high on the leaderboard as possible. But a 3-0 over Dramas is definitely not something to shake upon. I'd probably say it's almost an upset considering how CNZ was performing before. And Dramas obviously had that amazing or just incredible start at the start of the season here. But it's a little bit of a shame, but Kilson versus Saigib, I think you can predict, even not watching this, who won this bout.
How dare you? But yeah, it was a little one-sided, a little rough for Saigib. He is having a rough season, but we are going to see him later today as well. And it's not going to get any easier. He's going to follow up against Razy. But yeah, Kilson, this was the Kilson show here. A little bit of brilliance from Saigib here and there, but just not enough to take down one of our champions that have raised the belt previously.
This was the match that surprised me a little bit. I kind of feel like every time Nosfer and Maxter go head-to-head, Nosfer is like the kryptonite of Maxter. Always defeats him 3-0 every single time, but I'm not 100%, but I feel like for Maxter, this is the first time he actually defeated Nosfer, especially in the Pro League season. Not just this season alone, but overall since Pro League actually began here. So it's nice to see Maxter finally be able to fight up against his nemesis in that region and be able to take down Nosfer there.
Yeah, big shouts to Maxter overcoming his endgame boss. And then speaking of endgame boss, we had two of them, Wenger versus Rafa. Big set between these two, but Wenger's going to want this one back. Rafa took this one to 3-0, showing the world that he's still got it, regardless of what you say. Wenger, again, gotta hit the books and practice a little bit more as we get closer and closer to the finals. But there is your total recap from 2 weeks ago, week 12. And for those that aren't paying attention, there is a new up-and-coming player that qualified last week in Challengers, and his name is Toxic Lethal. I don't know if you've heard of him. I've never seen him. Very good, very interesting. Quite the plays.
I've heard he's right. It's not really.
He's okay. Yeah, he's not bad.
When I saw that he was competing, I wasn't really too sure in terms of his skill level, like how he's going to perform. We don't know how much he's been practicing, but the fact that he came in, won the qualifier, means we're going to see him again, which is fantastic stuff indeed. And we do have a lot more qualifiers for you guys at home to get involved with.
Yeah, I mean, cat's out of the bag. It's been announced it's going to be a LAN final to settle the score. So, I mean, qualify. Get that free money. Get that free trip. No, we do have qualifiers coming up. Top 4 spots, June 19th, global qualifier. You don't want to miss it. I believe you mentioned we have 2 more after that for NA and SA? Or is it SA and NA?
Yeah.
I don't know the order.
I think we have a South American qualifier, I think, a week afterwards. And then we do have a North American qualifier, which is the final one mid-July, if my memory serves me correctly.
Start grinding. There's still opportunities for you to get to Romania if you want, if you think you could run with the big dogs. But focusing up on today, Lethal, we have quite the series ahead of us. It's going to be Sparty versus Zanaku to kick off our day.
Yeah, it's a lovely start indeed. Hopefully Sparty won't in terms of performance, again, it was for Razy, it was very, very difficult for him as a tall order. But for Zeneku, it's still going to be a tall order indeed. Let's just see if it can make a little bit of a difference in comparison. But Razy Saigev should be a great one in the final 2 matches with DJ Rich joining us later. One Chain versus ENZ, Dramus versus Maxter. And we know that for CNZ, he's been on a bit of a tear over the last month. Dramus, he's been falling on the opposite ends as Maxter. The question is, will he be able to capitalize on it?
Yeah, I mean, a lot of bounce-back games, right? For people on the show today, Sparty specifically starting it off, he's going to want that one back. It was a rough ride. It was a rough ride. It might be more rough. Zanaku, he's really coming into his own. We've said it time and time again. Dude is he has his moments. He's starting to get into his own play style. He's taking a little bit from other players that he plays against and making it his own. It's a treat to see. And Sparty, it almost breaks your heart every time you see him play because he gets so close and it just seems like he runs out of gas, Lethal.
Yeah, he's kind of in Saige's boat where he does take the odd maps here and there, but just can't close out some of the series, which you do feel like he should have won. Last week was a little bit different, though, against Razy. He absolutely should not have won that at all in the slightest. But for Zeneku, we'll have to see exactly how he does perform against him. We know how much he's been practicing and grinding so hard in the UK, and he's going to continue that and be prepared for QuakeCon as much as physically possible. But Sparty, though, I think for not just these 2 players, but the storyline for all 4 of these matches today is just all about trying to scrape into that top 8 slot in terms of seeding.
Yeah, more and more important as the weeks go by. We are getting close to the finals, and specifically between these 2 on the finals, I want to see who could squat more. Zanaku hits the gym all the time, but Sparty has the power squat, as you see on his hoodie. But let's take a look at the pick bands, see what we have in store between these 2 today. We got Veil to kick it off, Awoken, and a little bit of Ruins of Sarnath. Lethal, if you could run me through the champ picks, please.
Certainly will indeed. With the Isa versus Galena, very, very standard matchup indeed in terms of the meta and how it's going to pan out. Awoken, we're going to see the Ranger versus... Oh, actually, okay, we're going to see the Death Knight as well coming up from Zeneku. See who's going to play that out. And we do have the BJ versus the Visor right at the very end. Very hard to decide exactly who could come out. It depends on how well Zeneku uses that piercing sight for those angles and the power control depending on where he's actually positioned. But with map picks, it's very tough because I was looking at statistically how these guys are going to play this out, and both of them do really enjoy playing Deep Embrace and Awoken. And Zeneku is actually decided to ban Deep Embrace. Maybe he feels like Sparty could be a little bit more comfortable in it compared to him, so I decided just to throw that away entirely. But I kind of feel like Zeneku should be pretty damn happy with the map picks anyway. He's got Awoken. Ruins is not too shabby either, as outside of Deep Embrace and Awoken, he is quite good on Ruins anyway, again, depending on the champion picks. But Visor should be able to suit him here. It all depends on how Sparty will do on Veil at the start.
So, predictions, Lethal. As always, my favorite part of the show. Who do you think is going to take this first set to kick off week 13 of the Quake Pro League?
Okay, I think Zeneku should 3-0 this. Considering how I saw Sparty play last week, or sorry, a couple of weeks ago against Razy, it's very tough because Sparty, there's days where he performs really well, really solid, but can't close out the series, and there's other days where he just doesn't outright. But Zeneku is still continuing to train really hard. I do feel like 2 out of 3 maps it is heavily in his favor, even though Sparty is also quite good on Awoken, but Zeneku just feels like he could perform just a little bit better. But I kind of feel like if Sparty doesn't take map 1, it should be a 3-0 in favor of Zeneku. But what about
Fair
you,
enough. I was going to say fair enough. It is important to note that every single map has a railgun in play, and Sparty can be insane with the railgun. So if he pops off and starts hitting these shots that he has no business hitting, I could see it going his way. But overall, I'd say probably Zanaku 2-1. A little more measured play style coming out from Zanaku. And big shouts to chat, absolutely ripping him apart for the photo. I think I saw DK, like big head mode and GoldenEye in chat. You are all ruthless. But looking at the predictions, about 59% in favor of Zanaku, at least for map number 1. So pretty even, all things considered. We have seen some one-sided predictions. This doesn't seem to be one of them. So again, if I had to guess, I'd say probably 2-1 to Zanaku. He's been grinding. He's been playing a lot lately. And I think he has what it takes to try take this over Sparty, but I don't think it's going to be easy. Because Sparty just has the ability to just hop on a server and just string together some rails that are pretty absurd, Lethal.
Yeah, indeed. And with Awoken and Ruins, I do feel like maybe in terms of prediction, it may be a little bit more one-sided for Zeneku. I think we can agree that Veil is the standing point here for Sparty, if he can make or break this matchup. But if he takes Veil, then, of course, he may have at least a decent chance in order to go through maps 2 and 3, because he's also very good on Awoken. It's still one of his best maps. But Zeneku, he had a choice here to either take down Deep Embrace or Woken. But it's like I said before, statistically, it has been 2 of his best maps going into it. They have been banned quite a lot for him, which is, of course, a little bit frustrating. But at least that way, he's now got at least Awoken and Ruins has to fall back on. That's kind of why I'm more heavily thinking it could be a 3-0. It all depends on this first map. Sparty can take it, but you never know. The sky's the limit, really, for him. But if Zeneku, if he does take the first one, then that's where I could have feel like it could be a clean sweep.
I mean, regardless of who wins and takes this one, we all lose because there was no Keel in the pick, so shame on the players. You know how I feel about it, Lethal, but we are working on getting into the first map. Sorry, just technical difficulties. My feet, because I keep standing, I'm just kicking things. It's a mess. It's awful. It's all, you could blame it all
just
on
get a
me.
chair, mate. Just get a chair. It's all right.
I can't. I have to lose 178 pounds, which is what, like 75 kilos or something? I don't know. Before
something like that. I go by stones, so I wouldn't know if it's kilos or not. So.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Like 75 stones. I don't even know. 75 stones, 2 rocks, whatever it is. I don't know. I'm not good at math. That's why I can't time the items in this game. But we will get into it shortly. Chat, thanks for hanging in there. And yeah, it's going to be a good day. Bit short. I know people in chat are like, only 4 games. It's 4 games are better than nothing. Stop it. You get what you get and you don't get upset. But we will have wheat for the 2 featured matches as well. And I know the defense is pretty happy because it's like a Dragonborn esports featured day today, as both players from Dragonborn will be, you know, in the featured matches. We got CNZ versus Chain, and then Dramas versus Maxter. Should be good ones. And let me see. I see chatting happening. Hold on.
Yeah, it's going to be important for, like I said, for all these players.
They're getting ready.
Because if they get a top 8 seed, I don't know, of course, how it's going to work at QuakeCon with how the bracket's going to play out and double elimination, etc. with 24 players. I assume maybe whoever gets a top 8 seed gets a bye into winners second round. So that could be, or could play a huge part just due to the fact that some of the players from Challengers are pretty damn good. And of course, we all talked about Tox. There's a few others there. Strong Sage as well, another up-and-comer who've been looking to prove himself for such a long time, been heavily grinding. And of course, Click's R&B, we've seen that British player as well, he's also been grinding like never before, and he's been steadily improving as we've seen in Challenges. He could be another potential to qualify. So some of these names looking to at least make a name for himself, at least try and make an impact. So top 8 seed could be important to maybe try and avoid that upset.
Sure, yeah, you don't really want to go into the unknown on LAN. I'm sure a lot of people are doing the research on the VODs and stuff like that for the up-and-coming players. But for now, enough about Challengers, Lethal. Let's get into the Pro League. This is going to be map number 1 between Sparty and Zanaku. We are live for week 13 on Vale, and we're starting off on Sparty.
Sparty's just playing this quite slow. See what mischief Zenecu's going to be up to. We'll find him in that rail room. Hasn't used the turret as of yet. And the Mega's been delayed heavily. It just depends on... I think he's just trying to at least get an indicator of how far away Zenecu is, so he doesn't hear that Mega pickup. So, of course, Zenecu's not going to know the timing of that. And just biding his time once more. Still got the high ground, still got high advantage. Had to tank that first rail, trying to get a few shots here and there with that tri-bolt. Heavy is still up. But once again, like I mentioned before, Zenecu does not know when that Mega's going to appear.
Dealt with Timmy nicely. So battle of Timmy versus Totems here. Sparty just waiting on the high ground, trying to figure out exactly where Zen might peek from. Clean Mega, and as you said, that delay. Zenecu doesn't really have any idea. I think he may have heard it, so on the next cycle he might have an opportunity here. Nice little volley of tri-bolt from Sparty as he's trying to take the low ground and make his way to this heavy, and well done, and this should be clean here as Zanaku grabs that armor shard and he is gone. He needs to try and avoid all of this pressure here from Sparty, and Sparty's doing a good job of controlling the map so far.
Yeah, he's not overexerting himself. He knows that at some stage the frags will come. It's just a matter of time. Zenecu just trying to find a way to get a little bit of trip damage here. He's a little bit cornered around that TP, but he should be fine now. And Sparty just dropping down that turret in case he does go back through and have a little surprise for him. Coming up the LG, gets 36 to him, and an additional 34 from that last rocket. Tri-bolt Heaven here. And speaking of Heaven, just found a nice bunch of totems down that corridor, and again just trying to get a few of these rockets off. Not really getting the damage he would like. Has to back away. He's already tanked way too much. 43 HP. Needs to try and get away as soon as physically possible. But Zenecu, again, just prioritizing the angle rather than going in for the kill, as he's now flanked back around. Heavy up in the next 5 seconds. Mega's going to be up for quite a while, but Sparty does have a turret in hand when necessary.
Sparty needs more rockets. Gonna re-up As yeah, really nice play there from Zen. Just a series of tickles with the LG, but enough to push Sparty off, and now he's stuck. Rail up close. There's 2 in a row. And that's kind of the Sparty factor right there. A lot of rockets from below, a little bit of damage, but the Mega will go to Zen, and now the problem for Sparty is staying alive on the cross. 13 HP after the rail from Zen. Can he make it? A little bit of a tickle, 20 HP, and there it is, the machine gun to close it. Zenaku will open up this game and put the first frag on the board at just shy of 3 minutes.
Yeah, it's a little bit of time. It's not something you normally see on Vale with a scoreline of 1-0 after just 3 minutes. And already going straight and try and make it a second. Not yet. Look at to see if he's going up that rail jump pad, which he will not. Zenaku now is going to pick up the Megas. Very heavily stacked. But once again, just biding his time. He's playing this right. He's got the angles, he's got the height advantage, he's got everything he needs. It's just a matter of how Sparty's going to try and approach this here. Good damage already coming up from Zenaku. Just using those totems there, just put him at the top.
Oh,
Sparty's so close to being cleaned up from those totems, but it should get cleaned up anyway, even after the amount of damage taken by those rockets from Sparty previously. I'm quite surprised that Sparty hasn't been taken down as of yet. Just Zenaku wants these frags to be as clean as possible rather than just diving on in and taking unnecessary damage.
Yeah, both players very measured. I like it. As you said, 1-0 on Vale, about 4 minutes in. That's a rare sight to see. Ooh, what a rail angle there from Zenaku. Free heavy, and this might be it. Here's the drop, a little bit of LG from Sparty, but it's not going to be enough. Zenaku finds his second frag, looking for more potentially. Just a warning stream of LG there, making sure that he doesn't push through the Thunderdome and might get caught out here. Sparty needs to be careful. The rockets, will they save him? So little HP after all that LG. Good rocket damage in return, but still very, very weak here. Zen has full control of the map, but he is going to lose out on the heavy based on that play. And now it's just a matter of positioning. Can Sparty get back for the Mega Lethal?
It's been a real question indeed. Sparta will have to fight for that totem if he wants anything from Zenaku. On top of that tribal area. Oh, nice little rail there coming out from Sparty. Still throwing up those totems, just trying to bait him out. But look at this, Sparty just standing his ground and hitting some top-notch rails here. Zenaku isn't available as of yet. Does manage to get away. Looking very good in terms of his ammo management throughout the entirety of this matchup. But Sparty knows that he can still take his time and play patiently. And still got 5 minutes left. Only down by 2. Now using that try-mark to see if he can tickle him a little bit more here. But instead, trusting the round misses. Hits the second one at least. But still isn't going to charge in willy-nilly as of yet. As Sparty does back up. Goes on top Mega, picks Fen up, Heavy's going up the next 5 seconds, and this is going to be very important for both these players to change the way this game's been playing so far.
Ooh, big rocket. Zen, very risky there, risking it all as Sparty can't land the rail he needs. He's shooting 72% lethal. He's not utilizing it a ton, only 8 from 11, but not bad. As he will force Zen back to the low ground. He should be able to claim this Mega, but Zen flying through after the tri-bolt and the rail. Surely he can't contest it now as he wanted to try. You saw the glimpse, and oh no! The combo! Oh, Sync with the assist on that one. Sparty pushes him into the acid, and you know what they say about taking acid, always have a babysitter. 2-1 now. Sparty trying to work his way back into this. Totem back in hand for Zenaku. But wow, unfortunate.
It was, and that was what you said is very true indeed. Sparty trying to push on forward. Zenaku's just at the bottom TP, just waiting for him to come on forward, but actually it's charged. It'll be now 2 apiece between the two. 3.5 minutes left. Misses that rail, but wasn't exactly the easiest. Heavy snap now. Zenaku isn't even in position to contest it. This is looking very good for Sparty. It's been quite a while since we've seen Sparty play this method or this style of play. It's not something most people are really used to on Vale alone. But this is good though from Sparty. Stack, you know, got a slight advantage here, but the turret's up and ready. He's trying to clean up all these totems as well as he goes by. Mega's up in the next couple of seconds, so is the Heavy. But this is looking very solid indeed. Again, just a matter of time for him. Zenaku is a little bit trapped. Nice bit of damage here from the tri-bar. Misses the first rail. Trying to go for the second. Rocket jumps up instead. Doesn't get him. And Zenaku pretty damn happy with that, considering that could have been another frag in favour of Sparty if he'd got away with it. Again, using that tri-bar to do a little bit of a tickle. That 64 though could give him the indicator to push on forward. Does he get him? No, he doesn't. Zeneku made the right play there. Hits him though. This could be a charging performance. 34 HP, but Zeneku's almost as weak, maybe a little bit weaker. Hits him, and that is going to be Sparty with the lead. 2.5 minutes left here for Zeneku to try and make a comeback here.
Sparty just playing so well. He's starting to control all of the map, denying the armor shards, as you saw. Struggled a little bit getting the damage he needed, but finally put the frag on the board. Now the tri-bolt volley. Good damage, good rail as well. Timmy guarding the corner in case Zen pushes, and Zen well aware of that, taking him out. But Sparty is going to grab another heavy, it looks like. Here's Zeneku trying to do some damage. There's the push. He knows that time is of the essence. 2 rockets, but the LG's too strong. And Zeneku wins that, ties it at 3. What a play.
And those rockets from Sparty were so good. So it wasn't the cleanest of frags from Zeneku. But it doesn't matter, because at this stage, he's pretty much recovered. Still got 1:40 left in play. Could go to sudden death, considering the way these two have been playing against each other all game long. But Zeneku, of course, high advantage.
What a rail!
The verticality there. Ooh, did have to stack. The rails coming out from Sparty is huge. He's barely missing a beat here. But is he going to come through that? Yes, he does come through. Sparty taking a huge risk. Both of them on very similar stacks as Sparty to pick up the lights, but Zeneku will pick up one of his own. Does have a turn in his back pocket. Isn't going to be available, but both items are up. Zeneku, of course, will prioritize the heavy, but look at this. Sparty's just hitting everything at the moment. 62% out of the 29 shots he's been hitting so far. But Sparty, is he going to be able to get away? Yes, he does.
And I have never seen Sparty just leave items up like that to play aggressive. It's brilliant. He's playing this to perfection, leaving the item up for himself, taking too much damage now. He doesn't have anything to fall onto. Does fall into the acid, and with less than a minute now, it is not a great situation for Sparty. Does have Timmy, needs to deal with the totem. Zen jumping onto that heavy, taking a little bit of damage with Sparty, trying to position it for this next mega, but this could be death right here. Zen pushing through, dealing with Timmy, but there's another one deployed. Is he going to risk it all for this right now, Lethal?
Yeah, that's going to be the key question, which should be answered soon, but it seems like Sparty has been quite aggressive so far over the last minute, but has fallen back into his old ways. 15 seconds left. Sudden death could be inevitable depending on this next engagement. Heavy is up. And look at this, Zeneku's not able to get it. He's not going to contest it at all. Sparty has the high ground also. Great tripod. It's actually gone straight through, but Zeneku does not have to stack to continue that bout. And does back away, but Sparty catches him here. This could be huge. Finds him, knows that he's trapped in that rail room. It just depends in terms of a decision tree where Zeneku wants to try and go and approach, but it's already taken a lot of damage from that last rocket. Sparty, again, not showing that characteristic where he'll just continue the aggression. Has backed away. Does actually flank around, but finds out that Zeneku has got away for the time being. Sparty, look at the stack advantage out here. A little bit worried for Zeneku at the moment, 40, but depends on how much chip damage he can do before he can re-engage.
What a great rail. Zeneku has to escape through the low ground, and Sparty tracking his prey. This could be it. There's the Timmy turret. There's the rocket. Surely he can't get away from this. One more rocket. Can he find the rail? And he does! Picks him out of the sky, and Sparty puts up map number 1 in the sudden death. And I think that is one of the more solid games we have seen Sparty play this season. That was just beautifully executed, leaving up major items, putting on pressure when he knows he could fall back on certain items, denying armor shards. That was the whole game right there. That Sparty did a fantastic job in map number 1.
And the angles he was finding the rails from as well. You've got to remember, he had 61% rail, yet it was most of it were from down below, and he didn't really have much of an advantage in terms of angles either, but he was just hitting everything. And it's nice to see him completely change the pace on 2 separate occasions. Obviously, the first half of the game, he was playing it slow, steady, wasn't, of course, overexerting himself on a number of occasions, wasn't being overly aggressive or panicking to try and close out a frag. He just took his time, and Zeneku was doing the exact same thing, and Zeneku, I'm sure, probably wasn't really used to it, or probably a little bit phased by it, just due to the fact that normally Zeneku will kind of be a little bit more aggressive compared to his opponent to clean out some of these frags. But of course, Sparty there was playing out of his mind, playing at his advantages, and still being able to take that ridiculous stuff. And it was a very rail-heavy matchup considering he has some great rockets on top of that. 62%, as you can see, 1,751 damage. But we did say, though, for Sparty, if he takes his first map, then, you know, the world is his oyster, isn't it, going into the next 2 maps. And don't forget, even though this is Zeneku's map pick, or the first map pick, we should say, going into the second map, For Sparty, he's also, the Nan's pretty damn good at Awoken as well. So he could easily take this series, but we know that he's had a few issues in the past where he just can't close them out. But for his sake, hopefully, if he plays like he did in that last matchup, then there's no reason why he can't.
Yeah, really beautifully done. Again, very patient, very measured from both players, and it's kind of rare to see from Sparty, so it's kind of refreshing. He usually just plays a little bit like Dramus, where he's just like, railgun, shotgun, I can't tell the difference. But no, really well done from Sparty. I hope he keeps that up in map number 2. Zen has a chance to reset here. He's going to have to if he wants to take the set. We're going to get into Awoken here shortly, and it's going to be Ranger versus DK, so a lot of balls lethal on this one. Whether they're dire or flaming, I'm not sure, but we'll see who kind of uses the ability better on this one. Between these two champs on Awoken, who would you pick in a game? Map 7, going into it, let's say you could pick a champ before every map. Who are you going with, Ranger or DK on Awoken?
It's different. I'll probably go with the Ranger because it's probably the safest bet, really, in terms of like getting to some of those items, but of course, amount of damage you can do with the orb, but Death Knight has some great use. Of course, it's not like the pre-patch Death Knight from back in the day where Razy had to use him at number 7 on Deep Embrace against, against Rafa at the time. That's still barcoded into my skull and kind of got bad memories of that, and I'm sure he does as well. But nowadays,
he's actually disgusted that you brought it up.
Yeah, sorry, I do apologize. Sorry, Razy, I have to bring that for you. But yeah, going into it though, I would probably prefer the Ranger, but it's like, it's not a matchup you normally see on Awoken, is it? You don't really see the Ranger versus Death Knight. Normally you do see one or the other with it against a different champion, but yeah, this is going to be quite tough to call. But I would favour the Ranger only by like the smallest of margins here. It doesn't mean that Sparty's going to be heavily favoured going into it, because like I said, both these two players are statistically very strong on this map, so it's going to be very tough to call. And I'm sure in terms of predictions, it's going to be quite a close affair.
Let's take a look.
Go on, I'll give a bit of a gander as well. Let's see what the chat are thinking. So it's actually still quite close.
Yeah, it's not bad. It's split, essentially. I mean, I feel like you should put more respect on Sparty's name after that performance, but that's fair. People believe in Zeneku. They think that he's going to bring this one back. There is a slight delay, chat, sorry. Nick's just eating the cables. I don't know what it is. But we are going to get into map number 2 here shortly. But yeah, I think chat is fairly split on the predictions. I think some people made a boatload of points on that first map, so congrats. What did I always say? Predict the under. But yeah, I think the Ranger versus DK matchup, I kind of side with you, where I feel like Ranger, the ability just lends itself to more uses. I mean, the Flame Strike is great if you can corner him over at the heavy, maybe, on the other side of that drive-through window with the armor shard. But other than that, it's kind of maybe area of denial. Maybe some burst damage T-Con, but I feel like the Dire Orb, you can just get up close and personal with a shotgun. We all know how the players love the shotgun. And then, just getting up to the armor shard from, nail gun, stuff like that. Just mobility-wise, I think Ranger's tough to beat. And also the passive. Don't sleep on the passive. The rocket jumping around, gaining speed, getting to different areas easier. I think Ranger beats out DK on this one. So we'll see, though. It's all about the player using the champs, so...
Yeah, exactly.
Either way.
Orb, you've got the damage. Of course, you can close out the frag, so you can get to the items a lot quicker, or at least through, like I said, the armor shard to heavy. And there's a lot of little things here and there. And of course, like I said, the passive ability. A lot of these players rocket jump here, then absolutely everywhere on Awoken. And for Sparty, I think it kind of suits his aggressive nature. Not like we saw it at all in that last match. We didn't see barely any of that. We saw it once for like probably about 30 seconds if we're lucky. But I'm hoping we see a little bit more of that coming out from him, because this will definitely suit his style of play here going into the Awoken, as we are going to be starting off from Zeneku's POV to see if he can claw his way back. Currently down 0-1 in the series, looking to see if he can create that reverse sweep already with a good first rail with that stack advantage here. Now going to continue on with that, of course, getting the weaponry in his arsenal.
We'll see if Zeneku can bring this one back and tie us at 1. The pastas are strong in the chat today. Lethal.
Lovely.
Always love to see it here. Zen down below knows that Sparty's somewhere, and Sparty has to be careful not to get floated off the edge. Good tri-bolt, though, all things considered. A little bit more through the drive-through window, and we saw in map number 1 Sparty using the tri-bolt very, very well as well. So is this a new Sparty, maybe?
It could be. It really could be. Or it could be a one-day wonder. Oh. I'm not really too sure at this point.
Oh,
okay, so he used to hope to go for the light, but it gets taken, or almost taken down anyway. As now he has gone orb for quite a while, 25 seconds, of course, going to be prioritizing those hourglasses. Zeneku did have an indicator, a read of where he was, but that tri-bolt definitely confirmed it. Just a matter if he wants to rocket jump up and seal the deal, but decides not to. Oh, what a great direct as well. So Zeneku, not top mid control. Could be a matter of time, depends how aggressive he is at approaching Sparty.
This should be it, just missing out on the opportunity there. But the orb used again to grab that armor shard. I believe Zeneku heard that, and he still has Flame Strike as well, and he's been dealing so much damage. We saw the Hundo Rocket, we saw a lot of rails, decent damage there, but returned well from Sparty to keep him off his back. So far, seems to be in the favor of Zeneku here. So he's dealing big early damage. 4 heavies in his name, only 1 mega. But just looking for that opening frag. Just can't get the damage he needs to open this one up yet, Lethal.
It's been a little bit unfortunate at the moment. Sparty been doing a good job just keeping his distance. A decent amount of range also. Zeneku hasn't got a full-on read on where Sparty could be. Sparty just playing it very slow again. It must be quite annoying for Zeneku, considering this is the style of play he normally plays, but now someone's mirroring exactly what he normally does. He now needs to try and adapt to the best of his ability. But so far, so good here for Zeneku. Even though he hasn't got a frag to his name as of yet, just keeping up with the item control. Already got 8 items to the 2 of Sparty. And people are wondering, or probably wondering, why is Sparty not pushed up yet? Why is he not really gone for these items or even attempted to contest it? It's because he hasn't done any chip damage. That was a good bit of chip, speak of the devil, as he's now pushing on back. And now he can the opportunity to contest it. But in terms of verticality, Zeneku has a huge advantage here. Even though Sparty does come up, but gets... or just does absorb that last rail, does back away once more. Did try and go for the Mega just a little bit too early, but if Zeneku didn't hit that rail, then Sparty would have been able to stand his ground and at least do a little bit more damage onto Zeneku, but it's just not going to happen. Heavy up in the next couple of seconds. And like I said before, Zeneku, huge stack, just a matter of how and when he's going to get this first frag.
Yeah, this is pretty absurd right now. I mean, we always talk about the difference between defensive and passive, and Sparty is virtually not seen on the map. Not even really showing up to do a lot of damage on these majors. You saw the tribal volley right there, but he's taking a rail on his escape, and it's only a matter of time before he gets planted, and maybe that one, a little bit of a shoulder peek there. Zen easily grabs this Mega, and he's just running the map, but somehow Sparty still surviving, and I don't understand how this is happening, and Sparty turns it around with the Tire Orb!
That's unbelievable, and Sparty's coming in again. It was trying to... or Zeneku was trying to contest for that heavy, but a little bit too late here. Zeneku is trying to survive. Oh, the 64 is going to give him the indicator to try and push it on forward. Will he be able to? Yes, he does. Sparty with a 2-0 lead. I love it. Do you know what? I like the new Sparty here, boy.
This is incredible. This is a Sparty that, it's been a minute since we've seen this. Both players extremely weak here, but Sparty has the hot hand, and he gets another one. 3-0 in the blink of an eye. This is Sparty.
So he is. Oh, lovely direct as well.
Oh my god.
Straight in with the Flame Strike. Survives. Got all the weapons in his arsenal again. Sparty going straight on forward. Hits him with the rail. Is he going to go for the second? But he hits the 77. He's going to orb up onto the top mid to get away. But he's actually baiting him to think that he was running off. Mega is still up. 4-1 in favor of Sparty here. And I still can't go over that first frag. Zeneku, for him, sadly, he had the much bigger stack, but still came out on top, hits the first round again, looking for the second as he's going for the heavy, does get him, so at least that way it's kind of a little bit of waste for Zeneku now. Still on the hunt, still on the chase here, and I love how Sparty's playing. It's just got that nice balance, that offensive and defensive balance here, just to throw Zeneku off a little bit.
And that good Sparty. This is the Sparty in lower bracket that, you know, took Rafa to the final map here. Zen takes another rail, and he's just hanging out too long, a little bit too early on the Mega, and Sparty capitalizes 5-1, and his rail is just absolutely heating up. 11 for 17, 64%. And now with his newfound playstyle of, you know, being defensive and attacking at the right time, this Sparty seems unstoppable right now,
Yeah, geez, coming up from both of them. Oh, he does hit the rails. Zeneku's in a world of trouble, but so with the Flame Strike. Does have the bubble, but then again, will he be able to survive? So, yes, he does. Tries to fire a cheeky rocket through the gap to see if he can at least get a little bit of damage once he's waiting for that Mega, but not going to happen. Hits the first rail though. Zeneku's still going to go for it. Tried to go for the heavy, which I'm a little bit surprised about. Maybe he's shooting for he's just going to rocket jump up as soon as he picks up anyway, just to burn it and go for the next frag. But Sparty's looking so good. He even whips out the rail here. Almost. Oh no, is he going to go? Oh, very close. Just a pixel for Sparty to try and hit, but does not hit it in the end. Sparty just tried to hold top mid. Still being very aggressive considering the amount of HP he has. He's only on 38, but Zeneku has a stack to play with. Only has 3 minutes and 40 left on the clock. I kind of feel like Zeneku's playing a little bit too passive for my liking, especially when he had the stack advantage for the majority of the start of his game and in the previous map. But maybe he's just trying to figure out what Sparty's up to.
Just missing out on the rail angle. Chasing him through. There it is. Nice rail and the chase down. Should come out. Sparty doing a good job of keeping distance and making it difficult on Zen. Big rocket as well. Zen does land the rail. There's the rocket jump and what a cutoff. Zeneku says absolutely not. That stops now. Puts his second frag on the board with 3 minutes left. That's exactly what he needed. Skips over that rocket. Now he's powering through the telly. Decent rocket damage around the corner. Nice rail, and Sparty's very weak.
And this is a Zeneku we should have saw really right at the very start of this game. The very start of this series, but now he does have the opportunity to claw his way back. Just needs 3 frags in the next 2.5 minutes. And it's definitely doable, especially if he keeps his items in full control. As the audio cue there, he's going to push top mid. If he changes style now and plays it super aggressively for the last few moments of this matchup, then he should be okay. Could catch him here. Hits the first rail. Sparty actually goes for the light in the end. He's going to be able to get away. He does, but it doesn't even go for the TP. He actually goes all the way round. Still gets away. The question is, though, could Sparty continue from getting away for the next couple of minutes? I'm not really too sure, but with the orb in hand and the hourglasses in check, he might be able to.
Sparty just so elusive right now. Greased up Sparty. Hardest Sparty to catch. There's a rail. There's the flame strike. Zen trying to throw anything he can. Sparty's way needs that damage, but he can't find the angle. Might be able to. Machine gun Sparty around the corner. 50 HP. Hanging on for dear life. Just trying to make this as taxing as possible on the time left. Oh, when he tries to steal that Mega, but dies on the way out. And now Zen with a huge opportunity to tie this up. 1:30 down 2. He's got full run of the map as well, and Sparty doesn't have items. He doesn't even have a lot of weaponry to work with. No rail. Does rocket jump to grab that so he can play hyper defensive at a distance as well, and the pressure's on Zen right now, Lethal.
Yeah, Zeneku's finally woken up. Woken up probably a little bit too late, but at least he can make a go of this to tie this series up. Takes that first rail. Sparty's hit another one though, but the only problem is for him, didn't get in time before the Mega. Now Zeneku trying to recover, but doesn't really have a lot of time left. Like we said, a minute left remaining. Does have to heavy, but needs to be all aggro, over aggression. His sliders hits the first rail, needs to go for the second, use that flame strike, a little bit optimistic there. Orbs up onto top mid. Great play, great move there from Sparty. Is able to waste at least additional 10 seconds just from that sneaky little move. And Sparty now has actually got some good rockets, but not enough to maybe change the outcome here. Zeneku just hoping that Sparty gets a little bit impatient and aggressively goes for the TP. Not going to happen. Sparty's still trying to back away. LG comes out, but who's going to take it? Zeneku is. Only 1 frag left for him to tie this up. But he's only got 20 seconds, and he's got the Mega. Not for the next 15 seconds. Probably Sparty's got the heavy here.
He's got to take this fight. Flame Strike is in hand. He just needs to find at least a rail to try and open it. Maybe rocket jump up. There it is, but he misses the rocket jump. And Sparty can just keep the high ground, and he should be able to take this one. And Sparty hits him with a smiley face. Oh my god.
Oh dear. That was, do you know what? That's probably the best defense I've seen from Sparty in a long, long time. Look at the item control. Zeneku had 29 items. And Sparty had a measly 8. It was basically just a Tom and Jerry fest, wasn't it, throughout the entirety of the last few minutes. We didn't expect him to, I wouldn't say he was full on defensive, but he just had very good defensive rockets. You saw on the other case he did try to challenge for the items, especially for that Mega, but was just not able to. But at the very end, when he spawns and was able to get the rockets, was able to get the heavy, that's when you know it was basically curtains here for Zeneku. And yeah, a little bit unfortunate. I do feel like for Zeneku, he could have been a lot more aggressive, especially with the stack he had at the start. Kind of a very similar outcome to what he had on Veil, but it's just one of those things. When he started feeling himself getting into the groove, you could see he was getting better and better, but it's just a shame it didn't happen a bit sooner.
I just love the smiley face. Sparty hit him with the smiley at the end, Lethal. 7-5 as we take a look at the stats, and you're absolutely right. That's got to be frustrating for Zeneku. Unfortunate for him, but this is by far the best we've seen Sparty play as a full package this season so far. And if you're a Sparty fan, you hope he keeps it up. 2 maps in the bag, looking for a clean sweep. Flea, if you're out there, I don't know how often that happens with Sparty, but please chime in if you can. But yeah, quite the performance to start off the day. Sparty is having quite the party.
And look at that though, both playing 63% in terms of the rail. I think the rocket damage from Sparty was like 1400 as well. It just shows how great his reads were in terms of the defensive rockets, his position he had. He just chose he chose what he wanted to do very, very wisely, took a lot of caution to what he wanted to do. But it's like I said, it seems like Sparty has the better balance in terms of when to be offensive and defensive compared to what Xenoku was like. Sadly for Xenoku, there was a little bit of aggression here and there, but at some times you kind of felt like he was playing too passive for my liking. It just should have just gone guns blazing at certain areas, especially when he had like huge stack advantages. But at the same time, when he did try to challenge or try to push him forward, just a little bit too slow doing it. Maybe could have gone for certain flanks instead. But like I said, Sparty played a very good defensive game over his last few minutes.
Yeah, back to the drawing board indeed. I mean, every time he did push, Sparty just had that defense that seemed unbreakable. He was hanging on by a thread here and there, but also the elusiveness. I mean, I didn't think that EU gave, much of any respect to NASCAR, but he had him running in circles. He had him running in circles, Lethal. But map number 3 is going to be underway shortly, and Zen has to dig deep to try and get one. I mean, again, I don't know how often it is that we see Sparty with a clean sweep 3-0, but he's working on it, and it's impressive. It's impressive. Looking at the predictions, though, chat doesn't care. 71% in favor of Zen. Are you not watching the same games that we're watching? I don't understand. But, I mean, it is BJ versus Visor on Ruins. I could see why they would go that way. But I don't know. It seems like Sparty is unstoppable right now.
Yeah, it seems like that. And look, yeah, I'm a little bit surprised with the prediction, but I think in terms of the champion picks, Visor versus BJ, absolutely, yeah. Visor should have not a huge advantage, but advantage enough to really be a real nuisance, sort of falling on the backside of Sparty, especially if he plays defensive again on those last few moments. But it's strange because Xenoku, I kind of feel like the way he should win this third map now, he's kind of felt his groove. You can see he's playing a lot better in that second half, but it's kind of because he was forced to play that aggressively because of him having that 5 frag deficit, and that's one deficit you do not want, especially on a map like Awoken with the multiple ways you could get away. And of course with the oil playing a huge part, you saw Sparty make good use of it again and again, not just damage but in terms of being able to get away. But for the BJ, we've seen it on the odd occasion here in On Ruins, not enough to really be able to slide in his favor. Okay, maybe again he could help himself out going for the items or challenging him with the LG or maybe with the rails, depending on the circumstances. But if Sparty continues playing the way he's playing, then no reason why I can't take map number 3 either. But for Xenoku though, I think a lot of people with the channel points are just literally double or nothing at this point, or triple or nothing, I don't know.
Yeah, somebody mentioned that it was essentially someone's just dropping 250K on predictions for Zen, and that's what's kind of just making the balance go like that immediately. So now it's a little more even now that more people are getting the predictions in, 42% to 58, still in favor of Xenoku, but it's been that way for the first 2 maps, and people are just ride or die Xenoku. So, and I keep switching the way I say it, and I'm not going to stop. My brain is still trying to comprehend how to pronounce his name. So I'm just going to start saying Zen Lethal because I can't read and it's really difficult for me. I'm glad that you called me out. Thank you.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm in the same
boat. So they pair us together. Production's always in our ear like, read it. I can't. I don't know what to tell you. I'm sorry. PGL, I can't.
People can't read. This is unbelievable. it's an awful thing putting us both together. Absolutely awful. I bet it was you who put the 200K points on Zen, I bet. See, I've started saying Zen now. See,
I'm not, but I can't. That's insider trading, and I don't do that, Lethal, okay? zero channel points predicted ever. Yeah, exactly. Always predict the under. But we are going to get into map number 3. The players are loaded. Xenoku needed a bit of a breather on that one, and who can blame him as Sparty again working on a 3-0 to start off our Week 13 here at the Quake Pro League. Can Sparty do it? We'll find out in 10 short minutes as we're going to start off on his POV on Ruins.
Let's have a gander to see how Sparty's going to start things. Already pushing across, but Xenoku gets a nice little round shot straight away. It's one of his own, but the problem is Sparty is available. As I was saying that, though, just managed to recover with BJ's passive, but in the end, takes himself down. You saw the gauntlet come out there from Xenoku to try and finish things up, but it doesn't matter. It was basically just delaying the inevitable whatnot. Look at this. Sparty now missing a lot of his shots. Not the easiest of angles, don't get me wrong, but the problem is both the Mega and the Heavy's up. He does have a choice, but I don't think he's got really much of a choice now because he stood a little bit too long around that top mid area waiting for him to come out from the Mega. I don't think he was too sure whether he dropped down or actually went top mid. But even then, though, still playing this quite aggressively. But I like this from Xenoku now. This is much better from what we saw compared to the first 2 maps.
Yeah, definitely the start. Ooh, okay. Nice combo there as well. A little bit of LG into rail. And Sparty, not happy. Not happy about the situation right now. Down 3 early. Dual wheel comes out. Can he dance? And he can't dance all day as Zen takes another one. A 3 to -1. And different Sparty? I don't know. We'll see. A lot of time left, Lethal. A lot of time left.
Yeah, we would wait for like 2 or 3 minutes for the first frag, but now we're on one of the largest maps in the map pool. Suddenly, it's technically 4 frags. Unbelievable. It's just, this is purely due to the fact that Zeneku is warm, is ready now. And this is how he should have been playing the first 2 maps. He's going to be kicking himself, but he's got to make the best out of a bad situation, doesn't he? At least take this map. At least it won't be a 3-0, and then we'll see what happens afterwards. But still early days as of yet. We're just shy of the 2-minute mark, because Zeneku does have the stack advantage. Heavy's going to be up. Both items aren't really that segregated in the slightest, so we're going to see a lot of gentlemen's agreements to pick these items up over the next minute or 2, but of course he will be prioritizing the hourglasses for days here. Got a good angle as well. I was looking to see if he can rotate back around. Lovely little rail here from Zen. Is Sparty now looking to try and survive, at least pick up the lights, which he has done, so he managed to get away for now. Zeneku just daring him to go in towards that heavy. Was assuming from the audio cues he may drop down, but he does not. Didn't push too aggressively from that heavy jump pad. Looks like he's going to go around to the T and see if he claws on that, which he has done. Caught him with his trousers down. Lovely stuff. A very clean frag from Zeneku. And look at the stack he had. He could just push straight on him. Jewel comes out, but with the machine gun, not going to do a huge amount. Did a fair amount, actually saying that, but does have the piercing sight, still got the weapons in his arsenal, which means he can just stop Sparty in his tracks. Gonna go for the 6th frag. Will he be able to? Of course he will. 6 -1 in favor of Zeneku.
I don't understand the positioning at all from Sparty on that previous mega pickup. He gave up the high ground, and then he had to fight back up the stairs and let Zen waltz on in and take it. Sparty does grab at this one in the cycle, but he's still down by 7. 3 minutes in, and this is a different Sparty. I mean, if you take a look at the stats, he's only hitting 33% rail. But just in general, this is a bit odd after the first 2 maps. And Zen, on the other hand, hitting everything, rail after rail, doing a great job of applying pressure and grabbing these items. And just like that, Sparty does get a rail, but overall, Zen will win the heavy. Does need to be careful as he is low on HP.
He certainly is. Sparty, though, has got to try and claw back 7 frags, even just to tie this up. Zeneku just teetering on the edge here. With that piercing sight, he'll know. Oh, I was like, do you know, at one point I thought that was going to be the rocket. I was like, no way, especially from the distance and the angle he was at the time. But it does pick up the heavy, so give us a little bit of leeway here. He's now going to be approaching that mega. He's got a great position for it as well, but Sparty realises this, decides to try and be a little bit more aggressive. Good rocket, so coming out from Sparty, but doesn't be enough. Mega can be there for the taking. Items are heavily segregated, which means that if Zeneku, if he keeps making sure to try and keep this up, and then Sparty's just asking if that's Garpy or not, just due to the fact that the rockets have been absolutely insane. Of course, Garpy is the lead rocket man himself, isn't he, Foy?
Yeah, I feel bad that chat missed that one, but Sparty still down 8. Zeneku looks to put up at least 1 map in this set. But what a comeback this would be to cap off a 3-0. If Sparty can dig deep and throw one last party lethal. In 5 minutes, 8 frags to take us into sudden death. Do you believe?
No.
Okay.
Well, okay, maybe.
You said it. You locked it in. Look what happens.
I would be surprised at this point because Zeneku's still playing really well anyway, no matter what shenanigans he has. But this is the thing, is though, he has the piercing sight to fall back on defensively, but Sparty's actually playing.
What is happening?
Well, it's like he's heard me say that, nah, it's just not going to happen. But 5 frags now in 5 minutes. Okay, look, before it was not doing. Now, okay, he has a little bit of a chance. He has a slimmer of hope, shall we say.
Sparty, the mayonnaise man, is powered by doubt. Down 5 now, and in 30 seconds, put up about 3 frags. Not bad at all, still a tall order. But now, Zen is starting to miss these rails that he was hitting before, and that's just more of an opening for Sparty to come back.
It certainly is indeed. He's got the time to work with. It just depends on how well he can invest his time and get these frags. It's not like he's got the speed or mobility. He's only got the dual wields when he comes up close and personal. But Xenaku's doing a great job just playing the range game, playing this defensively, hitting this chip damage with that rail. And that's exactly what he should be doing. Both players have been playing out their minds in terms of the rail, and he's pushing straight on forward, trying to use a duel with those rockets. Xenaku has been pinned only for a little bit. Oh, the good rail there from Sparty. He has to challenge, though. He feels like, but there's not time left to muck around or to dilly-dally around it, so to speak. But he's actually going to challenge him for this heavy. Even though he picks it up, Seliki just burned him. And now items are not going to be up for a while, but Sparty's definitely in a position to at least continue this aggression with the stack he currently has. But saying that though, Xenaku does manage to get away once more. Got to find 4 frags in the next 3 minutes and 15 seconds. Definitely doable. Just depends how quick Sparty can pull this off.
Xenaku just trying to do some chip damage, but he's eating a rail for his trouble, and now he might lose out on the heavy as well. And it looks like he does. Just drops down and sees that rocket flying by, and that's the signal, do not enter. 4 frag deficit for Sparty, working with just under 3 minutes. Can he make this almost impossible comeback happen? There's a nice placed rocket, and somehow combos it into the rail. There's no escape for Xenaku.
Unbelievable stuff here. Sparty now still has the stack, managed to pick up that mega heavies up in the next couple of seconds. Xenaku realizes fate is going to outstay his welcome, so decides not to continue contesting the heavy, but it's definitely right next to him here. He's been caught off guard attack. Lovely rails again from Sparty. 2 more frags now. Definitely heard me earlier. Starting to feel a bit bad considering what we've seen so far. Just playing absolutely out of his skull and just making great reads also, just trying to catch him here and there. And Xenaku is playing a little bit better defensively, but the problem is if he keeps getting caught with this chip here and there and just adding more and more damage to the tally for Sparty,
oh my
it's
God,
not going to work out for him. Is he going to hit this next one? Surely. Which actually coming up. The rocket and does hit him with the rails still here, 40.
I should have worn diapers. This is crazy. I think everyone is clinched fully in chat. Less than 2 minutes, he's brought this back. He's looking for the tying frag as Xenaku drops down into the heavy area, trying to escape. Sparty, denying everything on the map, has become a different animal in the last 5 minutes of this one. Does take a rail, but the Mega's right there for the taking. And now Zen has to play this very carefully for the last minute and a half. He cannot give up an 8 frag lead.
We just have to talk about the read Sparty's making. It's not even the routes which Xenaku's even taking. He's even been a little bit more unorthodox with a couple of routes over the last couple of minutes, but still Sparty just reading like a book here. Missing a couple of rails now. He's getting closer to all tied up. Looks like he'd like to save his troubles. Mega's up in the next couple of seconds, waiting to see if Xenaku's going to go for it. He actually decides to back away. Interesting. And
oh no.
Still trying to get away. Oh, the LG looking good, but still the rail comes out from Sparty. Now he's up in the next couple of seconds. If he just recovers and continue this is looking so good. Again, it's just the adaptation from Sparty in the second half of this matchup. Who would have thought the fact that Zen was up 7 to -1 or 6 to -1, and Sparty's clawed his way back over the last 4 minutes. Insane stuff here. Could be another sudden death depending on this next mega setup.
And this is incredible. He's boxing out for Majors. Zen in a bad way right now, takes the rail. Sparty has no armor, almost takes another one, but he's going to drop down. This is very dangerous. Both players so weak. Next rail can take it. Sparty retreats up the jump pad for the armor shard. No item up for 15 seconds. Dual wield is alive and well, but no vision for Zen. There's a decent rocket here from Sparty as he's going to try and make his way possibly to this outer shard, and the rail just missing. And we're going into another sudden death. Great rail from Xenaku right there. But Lethal, how have we gotten here?
This
Sparty in 5 minutes has turned this around.
I hope Sparty doesn't tease us with his comeback and then lose. I'm hoping not, but let's see what happens. Does get away. But how long for though? Is he going to assume he's gone for courtyard? Actually, he decides to prioritize the heavy again. So it looks like Xenaku wants the biggest stack possible before re-engaging with Sparty. But when he's going to go, he has to just go. He can't mess around here. He's already got that first rail, so important. But the problem is, will Zen make the right read? He's still going to stay top mid. It looks like he wants to again.
No rockets.
But he's trapped in the courtyard. This could be it for Sparty. This could be his last hurrah. But still able to stay alive. Surely not though. Zen's just going to be waiting for a while. Does almost clear that 11 HP. Finally, Xenaku takes him down. Oh, Sparty just teasing us there with an incredible comeback. But for Zeneku, 5 claws his way back. You can see the item control difference there. 23, I think it says 17 to 18. Didn't really catch it. But for Sparty, though, what a comeback. I haven't seen a comeback like that since, I think, since when Ave was coming back against Kilson on the same map, believe it or not, a couple of years ago. That was ridiculous.
That was absurd, and in the end, it was just all a tease, Lethal.
Yeah.
So close, but Zeneku able to maintain composure and say, this is enough, and he ends it. So it will be 2-1. Sparty still takes the series, but Zen's able to put a map up. But wow, what a performance from Sparty. I think everyone should take this as a testament that you should have 2 or 3 spoonfuls of mayonnaise a day so you can grow up and be strong like Sparty.
Yeah, I'm definitely going to take you up on that, I think. Yeah, I'm going to completely agree. But yeah, it's just incredible, isn't it? It's just mad how this shaped up, how this happened. 7 to -1, and then still tied up 7-all on a map like Ruins, where he hasn't even got the mobility or anything. He's just using the BJ. He's only got the dual wood. It's not like he's got piercing sight or can use an aggressive ghost walk or slide here, there, and absolutely everywhere to try and claw his back. It was just purely due to his raw aim skill, but most importantly, his adaptation in the read he was making. Sparty was just playing out of his mind, and feel bad for him because of the fact that it could have been a 3-0, and if he changed that way, that would have been a fantastic way to not just end the series, but of course to continue on further into the Pro League in the future weeks, because every win is going to be huge now for all these players, especially Sparty, considering he is at the low end of the table. He is currently 11th, but I'm sure now he's going to pick up a few more placements after that kerfuffle. But yeah, but why oh why? Sparty, at least he takes it 2-1 though, that's the main thing. And you got a prediction right, Foley, so actually it's the opposite end, so none of it. We didn't get any predictions right.
Sweet,
let's just ignore that. Forget what I just said.
It's great. No, I appreciate you. How dare you? Again, I'm flabbergasted. I'm gobsmacked, as you'd say, at the overall performance of Sparty. It was just end-to-end fantastic play. Even taking it to sudden death, 8 frags down on Ruins. He literally did that in the last 5 minutes of the game, maybe 4.5. It's just absurd. It was a shame that he couldn't put the stamp on it at the very end. You know, Zen able to maintain composure, as we said, and close that out. But wow, just an absolute dominating performance from Sparty, end-to-end, very well played. And just incredible. And that's the kind of Sparty you want to see as we get closer and closer to finals. That is an incredible performance.
It certainly was. That was like the old version of Sparty we know and love compared to the first 2 maps. But it worked. And let's be honest here, if you're down 7 to -1 and you've got 5 minutes left, there's not really much else you can do. You can't play hyper methodical and then assume that the kills are going to come to you. No, then absolutely not, because Zenecu's going to play the exact same game. He's got piercing sight. You're pretty much done for. But yeah, Sparty was flirting with the idea of that comeback, but just teased us in the end. How dare you? But in the end, it was a great show nonetheless. And nice to see Sparty get a nice little W on the board.
Yeah, not a bad way to start the day for Week 13 here, but we're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, we will have a Razy versus Cygib. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back to the Quake Pro League Week 13. I am 40 Lions, joined by the one and only Lethal. We just wrapped up our first set, and Sparty threw quite a party over Zenaku. But now we're going to get into Razy versus Saigib. Lethal, talk to me. How do you feel about this matchup, and do you have a prayer for Saigib?
I do, and I'm glad you said that because I started praying for him before the series even begun here. So it's going to be a tough nut to crack, isn't it, for him? For Razy, though, this is going to be him looking to try and add another 3-0 to the tally if he can, just to try and get higher up onto that leaderboard. I believe for Razy right now, he's actually still quite up. He's still actually currently third, but what's quite funny is the fact that he's going 5-5. So, of course, he does bleed and does give other people a chance to try and get higher seed going into it here, but it doesn't change the fact that it does depend on the picks and bans, which we'll see later on, because this is going to be quite huge for Saigib. I'm sure there's a couple maps in particular which we'll talk about where he'll want to try and avoid like the absolute plague here for you. But for Saigib, it's going to be trouble, huge trouble.
I mean, it's a tall order. I mean, I'm not going to sugarcoat it. I got love from my boys from the Americas, but he's dead last. He's dead last. And in that position, I feel like most of the pressure's actually off of you, because everyone kind of like us dickheads on the booth are like, he's not going to win. So pressure's off. You have nothing to prove. You should go into this, and I know he will, trying his all. And if anything, it's a storyline of, oh my God, he just beat Razy. But as you said, I think the pick bans are going to play into that, and let's take a look at those if we have those available. So we're going to start off on Corrupted Keep, then a little bit of Awoken, and then we're going to end on Ruins. So a little bit of a mirror from set number 1, save for map 1. But as always, Lethal, can you take the champ picks, please?
Of course. Well, to be fair, even just with the champ picks, I'm surprised Corrupted Keep even was able to stay in the picks and bans. I thought that was going to be the number 1 priority from Saigib. So a little bit of a shock, but we do see the BJ versus the Strog, and we've got the Ranger versus the Nyx. It's going to be quite a methodical matchup, especially from Saigib's part, to see how much of a fallen he can be on the back of Razy. And off to Ruins again, and it's going to be a nice little heavy matchup between the two with the Sorlag and the Scale. We know how annoying the Scale can be on any map. It depends on your preference, really. I personally think it's the most annoying on Veil, but on Ruins it can be quite annoying, especially when it tries to claw at some of those items at the last few seconds, or to tank a lot of that damage to get away. There's a lot of little things here and there with the Scale which can really add up and could be a real pain in the backside. But for Razy, at least he's got the mobility of the Sword to get out of a lot of those situations. But the first map, though, is going to be key here. I do feel like it's going to be a bit more one-sided in favour of Razy, just due to the fact that it's Razy's keep. There was a period of time for quite a few months where Wenger and Rafa and even CNZ for a little bit started becoming very, very solid and very good at Corrupted Keep. But Razy's obviously put a lot of practice in. He's looking a lot better on Corrupted Keep. It's back to one of his go-to maps statistically from what I've seen so far. And for Saigib, he's also pretty damn good on Awoken as well. But for Razy, so is he. It's probably one of his second or third best maps to play on in terms of win rate here. So I do feel like, in terms of predictions, before you say it, 4 weeks, I have a feeling you are going to say it. Probably a 3-0. Probably a 3-0.
Damn. No respect. No,
sorry, man, I had to.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at it. I'm trying to find a way. Right, we're getting thick on map number 3 at least, yeah. But it does look potentially rough for Saigib. And I mean, champs aside, as you said, Razy and just kind of the performance between Razy and Saigib has been rough. I don't know, though. A little bit of chaos. Maybe I'll just say Saigib can take it. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm not sure either. You can see as well, the Athena's been banned as well, just to make sure Saigib can't use it on the second map, so he's gone for the Nyx. And of course, he's banned the clutch. And in all fairness, I think everyone should. And if you don't, then what are you doing with your life? That's the serious question we need to be asking ourselves if you're against Razy on Awoken. But at least, there's a few bans there, which is correct in terms of Saigib. But it's a shame that he decided to ban Blood Covenant instead of banning Corrupted Keep. But I don't know, maybe he decided to ban Blood Covenant because he's actually quite keen on Corrupted Keep himself. Not really 100% there, but we'll see how he performs, especially with the Strog. The Pika will definitely be in good use without the rail in play.
I mean, I know Saigib can shred with the LG, but can you go toe-to-toe with Razy? That's a different question entirely. So it's going to be interesting to see how the momentum starts for either player on Corrupted Keep, specifically, not only the map, but throughout the set. I think I am going to be a psychopath and just say Saigib because I have nothing to lose.
What happened last time? I'm not surprised.
I have nothing to lose. But yeah, I mean, I feel like realistically, Razy, this should be maybe not a walkover, but this should be a 3-0. But, you know, I gotta root for my boy a little bit. Put some money in his pocket at least. Maybe a map, give him something. We'll see. We'll see. He's got a lot of work to do, does Saigib. We want to see that ascension to Saigod that we've seen before. I'm dying to see the headband and the sunglasses again. Please. Maybe today's the day, and if it's against Razy, it'll just be more incredible. But I mean, statistically, yes, probably Razy's going to take this one 3-0.
It's not about the W, is it, for? It's all about the attire, isn't it, with you? I'm not surprised.
it's all fashion, no function. It's all. This right here is finally curated, I promise. It doesn't look like it. But we are going to get into map number 1 here, chat. I think predictions have been open, so get those last-minute predictions in. Try and make some channel points. And holy mother of God, 96% in favor of Razy. That says it all. And we're getting into it right now. Corrupted Keep. Prayers up for Saigib here as we're live. Map number 1 between these two, Razy and Saigib. We're starting off on Razy.
Yeah, that percentage rather, is a true indicator of common sense and also covering their losses as well. And the rockets coming out straight away from Razy. Absolutely ridiculous, and
I'm gonna puke
things off quite nicely.
It's gonna be just more of that. 30 seconds in, big rockets from Razy, as he said. He's got that ice beam as well, Mr. Freeze. Yeah, double. Saigib has to be careful playing with fire here. Doesn't even get the armor shard, just gets pinned up against the wall, and Razy opening this one up quickly. Saigib will grab the heavy, but an aggressive tickle here. And now he has to be careful trying to make his way to the rockets. And Razy just says, you know what, play with your Pika. I don't care.
Yeah.
You grab this Mega.
Just not asked about it at all, is he? Just not bothered. It's just like you can do what you like with it at this stage. And why not? Razy's in a prime position at the moment. Only a minute past. It could be the third frag here to add to the tally. He's going to push on forward, but looks like Saigib does. I wouldn't say get away, but just trapped into a corner at the moment, and Razy just standing his ground, saying that you can stay for 8 minutes 50 for life, but you're not really going to get much further. Still got a huge stack, still got weapons in his arsenal. The rockets are lurking so damn good here for you.
My God. We might have to stop the stream as this is not safe for work. 5-0, minute 30 in. We kind of thought it might go this way, but I didn't want it to be this bad. I don't know. Part of me is my heart breaks. I don't know, a little bit.
Yeah.
It's still a lot of time on the board, Lethal. You can't just give up. You can't just give up. Saigib needs to fight back. Does take a lot of machine gun damage as Razy's able to claim the heavy and make his way back over to the Mega in time. So he's got... hell. It's happening again. I need one of those puke bags from the airlines.
You do. Maybe you could get a sponsor or something.
Oh my God. And the spawn running, yep, Saigib, you can't get away. This, it's happening.
This is just ridiculous. Razy's already 8-0. Treating it like a game of ranked at this stage here, but don't get me wrong, Saigib is trying to do what he can to trade out, to try and get the weapons, but Razy's just here, there, and absolutely everywhere. 9-0, 2 minutes 20 is passed. This is just absolutely ridiculous. It's going to stop him from getting the Mega as well. So it means that he's already back to his default stack pretty much. Looking now to see exactly what any more damage he could do at this stage. You can't do any more if you try. Oh, nice little tickle damage to get the info he needs. Using that tri-bolt now to continue to trap him whilst he gets that light. At this stage here, if you were in Saigib's shoes, go on, what would you do?
Besides violently cry and pray for forgiveness, I don't know what else you can do. He has to try and slow the game down, and there's no way to do that when you're getting out-positioned, out-aimed. Okay, there's a good rocket, and he gets in on the Mega. There's an opportunity, and okay, maybe the peeker play could turn this whole thing around. One frag on the board for Saigib, and that's an opening, and that's definitely what you need. That's a good start. Still a lot of time on the board, as Dan always says. You know, if you're going to lose early, and that way you have time to come back, but... the way Razy's been playing, I don't see it. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm going to agree with that one. Even though he's got the shoe stack here, it depends on how he's going to approach this. But then again, looking quite good so far from what we witnessed previously. Will Razy be able to get away, though? No, he does not. He just tries to continue to engage to see if Saigib turns back around and does a 180, but actually does not. Just plus forward pretty much is now... I'm not going to lie though, even though Saigib is at a real bad deficit, his LG's also been looking sublime compared to what I was assuming was going to happen. I thought his aim would be a little off considering the amount of frags he's trying to claw his way back from, but no, his aim skill's still pretty damn strong, especially to tracking of that LG, but bits of to help him get his, you know, his moment here to shine and try and come back. I don't know, but I'm not saying no because I said that about Spartan. Look what happened.
Yeah, you hold the well-being of these players in your hands with your words, Lethal. Be careful. 9 frag deficit for Saigib, putting something on the board, and okay, putting a little something in the highlight reel.
That's literally what he's playing for now, pretty much, isn't it, at this stage? But then again, what's a 10 frag deficit now? It's 8. Do you know what? It's been 16 frags, and we're not even at the halfway stage yet. It's absolute madness. It's now Saigib trying to claw at the top mid control. Just seeing if he can bait Racy to go out from the red room, but he does not. It's actually directly underneath. He doesn't realise it until he comes out from the peak of position here, but still cleans him up anyway. Took a lot of damage though. Meg's up in the next few seconds. Depends what he's going to prioritise. Looks like it will be the heavy, but he wants to look up top to see if Razy has the exact same indication, and he does, but just from a different route. Spawns at the Mega, but the Rocket's going to stop him. Did he pick up? Yes, he did. 40-5 now. And only at the halfway stage here. Could be seen at least a 20 from Razy, depending on how he's going to play this out.
Saigib putting some on the board, but he's just getting the brunt of it. Razy almost looks like he's taking out some aggression, but if you look at the camera, he's just hanging out. It's just another day in the office for Razy. Just hanging out on Corrupted Keep, having a good time here as the rockets rain down from Saigib. Gets pushed through, almost telefragged, but the LG will be enough. And oh, look, there's a Mega. So Razy just keeping the items on rotation, being right place, right time. And it's a little brutal. It's not as brutal as it was when we started, but still, I mean, Saigib trying to make some stuff happen right here. Big peeker plays from Saigib. Let that tickle. Just taking him down. He was too early on the heavy anyway, and Lethal, I feel like this is kind of what we thought was going to happen a little bit.
Yeah.
Just a skosh.
Yeah, it was basically what we predicted. It's nice we actually predicted something right for once. That last series was just, we'll pretend it never happened. 3 minutes 45 left. It's Razy just having a bit of a bounce around here, just trying to keep playing with the audio cues. God. Takes him down from the red room, is now looking to try and catch him on spawn. And, oh, literally, he was on the edge of that spawn circle there, and still Saigib spawned directly in front of him, using that heavy machine gun. Going to be taking out the peeker, both of them on similar stacks, not anymore after Razy picking up that heavy, and also gets to the Mega in time. This is going to be huge here for Razy to now at least try and help his lead, but in the end, Saigib is the one who picks up, continues to survive, still looking to try and at least give himself some leeway here to survive a little bit longer and recover, but just not going to happen. As already looking for that trade once again, but hasn't got the weapons in his arsenal. He's only got the rockets, and from that angle here, Fully, it's a dangerous place to be. And it looks like now Razy's in a prime position to pick up the heavy and now try and tackle down on the Mega if we can.
Dual wield to fend off Saigib. Little rocket was a gift, but it looks like Razy will break 20 on this one, and that's always just monstrous to see. Look at those rockets! Gorgeous. Absolutely
lovely,
gorgeous.
isn't it? Absolutely lovely. 20-5 now. We did say he was going to hit at least a 20 stage. No matter what happened, has still got 2.5 minutes left to add to the tally. Good use of the heavy machine gun, good shots as well, but it looks like the Pika should clean him up, does not. And now we're going to see if Saigib can continue to challenge for his heavy, which he did, but at this point in time, he's looking to back away and go for this Mega though. But Razy needs to try and back away as soon as possible. Still takes it down anyway with 2 HP, 2 minutes left. 60 frags to claw back from. Not going to happen here. It's now Razy's going to try and continue his destruction. My God.
And I'm telling you, it's not just the freeze ray, all right? This guy has ice in his veins. Razy just, I don't even know if he's blinked all game. And he's putting up 23, opening up more. Potential for 30 based off the spawn. Like, I'm going to vomit.
Yeah, I feel sorry for you. You vomited at least 3 or 4 times during this entire segment of this map. And now Razy, it's a brutal time to be alive, especially for Saigib, who's been on death screen more than anything else here. Razy left on 42 HP. Saigib's going to challenge, gets the sick frag to his name, but at this stage he's probably thinking about the second map about 5 minutes ago, let's be honest.
Yeah, and I don't blame him. I mean, he's staying in it. Good on him. But as we said earlier, playing from the position at the bottom of the leaderboards going against, you know, any of the top 3, it kind of pressures off. Like, you really don't have too much to be upset about. Obviously, you want to win and do your best, but this shouldn't be anything where Saigib, you know, beats himself up. It's just next map, reset, go for it, because it's only up from here. And the Peeker plays have been pretty good for what it's worth, right? Chat? Anybody? Yeah? Okay.
I'm just going to say yes. It helped him get at least a few frags.
Smile and nod for me, please.
Racing now just flying on in, got the LG there, got the verticality of it, but depends if he wants to continue the bout, which he does not. And Saigib is just, I wouldn't say hiding for dear life, but just looking to try and survive and see if he can catch Razy with his trousers down, but just not going to happen. Still the verticality in favour of Razy, dropped down instantly. Mega's up in the next 7 seconds. Could pick up the light if he wants to, but he's going to decide not to be proactive and his partner's just Mega. But it doesn't matter. Only a few seconds left. 24-7 here. It is what we predicted. Don't get me wrong. We know that Saigib's a good player, but for Razy, though, with the speed and agility and a methodical play, he hasn't cracked to keep. He has it knuckled down here. Nearly 2,000 more damage. 26 items to the 11 of Saigib. But to be fair, you can see as well, 42% LG accuracy coming up from Razy. Actually, 3,200 damage with the LG. 3,200. I don't think that's the most I've ever seen. What is close to it?
If there was ever any question as to whether this is still Razy's keep, I think on this moment, I mean, that opened the game. That sequence of rockets was opening for the game, and it just spelled disaster for Saigib. He did put up some frags, but this was, let's not sugarcoat it. This was the Razy show, and he made it look easy. And again, ice in his veins, just no expression, the serial killer in the arena. And if you're a Saigib fan, you just kind of cross your fingers and pray and be like, maybe next map won't be as hurtful to my feelings. I don't know. I don't know. It doesn't seem like Razy has any reason to let up. 24-7 as we take a look at the stats summary from Corrupted Keep to open up the series. Wow.
Tough. It's tough to take it, isn't it? 3,200 with the and the fact that he still had 43% accuracy with that much use of the LG, that's madness.
I mean, quick math, right? He did more LG damage than total damage Saigib did. I can't read that. Can I? Is that right?
I thought we can't read.
Is my math good?
We decided we couldn't read.
I just see symbols. I don't know what that means. But I don't think it's good. I don't think that's a good thing to have that stat line.
I think
my God.
He edges it. I think Saigib still has more damage, but we're talking like about 300, something like that. You know what I mean? Quite quick on the mental arithmetic at times, but today I'm having a meltdown, so.
Yeah, it's just brutal. Just brutal. Fantastic play from Razy through and through. I mean, Corrupted Keep is a map that absolutely lends itself to these ability to get 2 or 3 spawn frags. It's almost mandatory at this level, where depending on where you kill your opponent, you need to be able to run the spawn just to ensure and give yourself that padding for the lead. A bit too much padding, in my opinion. 24-7, brutal, but this is the arena. No mercy, as we are getting loaded and locked for the next map. Awoken, as we see on the board. Ranger versus Nyx. Do you see it going any other way based on that first map performance? Do you think Saigib has it in him to take one from Razy?
I hope so.
Why are you laughing? That was a serious question. Now you're just being disrespectful. How dare you?
I know. How dare me? Yeah. I know. Awful human being. Awful. Just awful. But
don't swear. I swear.
This is... Okay, for Saigib, this is more his style. He can use the Nyx. He can have that aggressive Ghost Walk as he sees fit to try and at least lay down the law in some way. But after what we just saw from there, when you see someone with a 43% LG and done 3,200 damage, it's very difficult to say no, like straight up, isn't it? But then again, Saigib has this knack of taking the odd map or 2 here and there off a lot of these players. He hasn't had one series win yet, but he's had like 4 2-1s. Like at some stage it's going to come to him. He's going to get that one dub to at least end the season with at the bare minimum. It's just a matter of how and when. Is it going to come now? Probably not, but in terms of taking this map, I think Nyx will suit his playstyle, but I don't think it's going to be enough to really change the indicator or change the fact of how Razy's been playing at the moment, especially with that LG. Christ.
I'm taking a look at the predictions. 97%
I don't.
in favor of Razy. And Lord help whoever predicted Saigib. Really predicting the under. Just fingers crossed going in. I mean, the only difference that might sway opinion the railguns back in play on Awoken, of
Yeah.
course. So Cygabe does have the ability to maybe play distance, try and get some chip damage before he goes toe-to-toe LG. The difference there is Razy has the Ranger, so he could Dire Orb and get close and just negate all of that distance. We'll see exactly how he plays it. At this point in the series, after that kind of warm-up for Razy, I'm personally wondering, when's the Gauntlet going to come out?
Yes.
I don't know. I feel like chat might be thinking the same thing. We might see it. We might see one or two, depending on how it goes. I think Cygabe has to come out the gate swinging on this one. Again, nothing to lose at this point. Nothing to lose. Just do your best and see what happens. And if anything, you can make a fantastic upset, and that one person in chat with their channel predictions very rich.
You. Definitely. See, I
Look at it.
It's secretly
rare that you see 96-4. Like, that looks wrong.
I don't know, but all I can say is that out of all the maps, this is probably, for one map, he could probably take away from Razy with the Knicks. That's the only thing I'm saying. If he doesn't, then I don't know what else to do. I'm trying to support him here. Trying to support the Americans here.
We're all being supportive.
We are. If it's on an NA server, okay, it is, then okay, I've got a little bit more hope for him now.
It's all different now. Different ballgame here as we're live on map number 2. Cygabe on that Nyx with the Tri-Bolt already taking a rail, doing good damage with that Tri-Bolt, all things considered, but needs to be very careful. Again, that Dire Orb can absolutely melt you after an initial rail or rocket. And Razy is not afraid to throw those balls around here. It's 30 seconds in. After a skirmish, not a lot to go off of. Invis here as Cygabe setting up a sneaky.
Ooh, and actually caught him off guard there. He didn't have to read. Any kind of indication at all in the start. It does get away. How long for though? It looks like he's not going to be able to come in with the rail in time. Cygabe does get the Mega, so just going to have a little recovery process here, but also at the same time decide if Razy's going to play peekaboo at one of these angles from the telly or the Tri-Bolt, which is not going to happen, as Razy had the same game plan. He's going to try and get away. But for Cygabe, just managed to make it onto that rail jump out. Knows that Razy's directly underneath and has the verticality here, has the advantage to try and push him away from this heavy, or at least try and do a fair amount, but he probably feels like now he's going to outstay his welcome. If he picks up heavy, he can obviously just rocket jump up and try and seal that first frag, but good first rail. Very, very important for him to now to try and challenge for the heavy, as Razy did delay it by quite a large margin, but Cygabe has picked up on that.
So already leaps and bounds better than CK. Okay, if you're on Team Cygabe, this is fantastic. This is what you want to see. Nice measured play, good defense to keep Razy out as Cygabe making his way to the T-Con. Has that full natural stack, looking for a little bit more here as the Mega's going to be the next item, and Cygabe just trying to figure out exactly where Razy's going to go. Does have the Ghost Walk. The panic button is alive and well if he needs it. I think he heard a step. He might take a peek here, and there's a good rail. Potential for another good rocket here as he moonwalks his way onto the heavy, and this is an opportunity. Lethal through the telly, and no! Razy with the flick! What in the hell was that?
Oh, do you know what? I was prepared to say Cygabe's got this one with a nice little lead to start things off, but as if Razy 180'd and flicked him and predicted that he was actually going to come behind him as well. But then again, who else wouldn't, aggressively ghost walk and chase that? I think 9 times out of 10 most people would, but I think 1 out of 10 we would assume it would have 180 flicked that rail. Unbelievable stuff here from Razy, and it's a nice little way to start this map off as well, as Cygabe's not going to be too pleased about that, but also in the back of his mind he's going to be thinking to himself, what do I have to do to kill this guy?
I just can't believe it. I just can't believe it. What a way to open this game. Razy with the flick frag on Cygabe. Had him dead to rights. Just couldn't finish it. And that's just the Razy factor. It doesn't matter if you think you have him dead to rights. It's not over till it's over, according to the serial killer in the arena. There's the Dire Orb, there's the rocket. Forces out the Ghost Walk as he casually falls back onto that heavy. And Razy, you can tell, trying to assert dominance here. Does take a rail, but again, has an armor shard to work with to apply more pressure. Nice little jump there, but good read from Cygabe to cut off with the rockets. But wow, what a first frag. Absolutely incredible from Razy.
And it's reading Razy's emotions as well. Like, if anyone hit that shot, most people would be highly, in terms of momentum and morale, they'll be on a high, a huge high, if anything. And he's just gone back to normal, just calm and collected, just choosing how and when to approach certain situations, and it's very interesting to see. You don't really see many players like that. Nice little second frag to add to the tally here for Razy, just eats up that light. Mega's up in the next 7 seconds. And now we're going to find out exactly how Saigib is going to approach this. Hasn't got any armor to his name as of yet. Razy has plenty. It's just a matter of how he's going to go about this. But 4 minutes in play, only 2 frags. So you're right though here, Phil. He's looking a lot better as Saigib does get away. And he's going to try and at least recuperate from his losses. And saying that though, Razy's taking a lot of damage and the Mega's still not going to be up for a while.
29 HP. Saigib needs to try and get this one, and he does. Good swap over to the LG to be able to take that one and put himself on the board. If Razy would have gotten out of that one, I would have said that this is already just a bad time.
Check-ins.
Yeah, Saigib able to keep it close, down by 1. There's the Dire Orb. Is he going to go all in on this one? No, it's going to be a distraction, and none of the rockets will land. No damage for Razy. Very unfortunate there. And on the flip side of the coin, very fortunate for Saigib is look at that stack, Lethal. That is a thick Nyx right now. On the hunt as the Dire Orb is down as well for Razy. So big opportunity here. There's the LG and there's a rocket for your trouble and a rail trying to get through the doorway, and now it's turned on its head.
Oh, that was not what Saigib was hoping for, and I don't think he expected him to re-peak with that rail either. Such a crucial rail as well. Just halfway to the second map. Saigib though still has the stack advantage here. Mega's not going to be out for a while, so he can easily just push on forwards and try to clear it with the LG. Oh, and Razy just manages to get away. The only problem is though, is he going to even bother to contest it? No, he will not. And I like that from Saigib, just still holding top mid even though Mega is up, just to see if he can catch Razy. Oh, good rail as well. And he's actually using that ghost wall. Is he even going to try? Oh, he barely missed that, and he may have been able to get that second frag to his name. Not going to happen though. 4 minutes left here, fully.
Both shots from players Rocket and Rail almost connecting. And this is a very, very close game. Less than 4 minutes here. Saigib doing a very good job of keeping this close. Only trailing by 1. Prime position to try and take this into a sudden death or perhaps take the lead before the time hits 10. But he's got to start getting some more item control here. And this next heavy might be big. It needs to be careful. Is he going to drop on this? From this position, Razy is just so strong. We've seen so many players floated by that LG, and instead he takes the fight to him. There's a Ghost Walk, 24 HP for Razy, and now Razy in a bad way here. 49 after the pickup, but can Saigib find the damage? He finds the items he wants. 90 HP. Oh no, the rails from Razy! Why? Lethal, please.
What an angle to hit him from as well. Saigib was assuming he was going to get him from the jump pad, which he was not. Still, the heavy's up next couple of seconds. Razy just making sure that Saigib has no way of coming back in this matchup at all in the slightest. As the rockets come from Saigib, didn't really do enough damage to turn the tide. Mega's up the next couple of seconds. It's in that choke point. No, it could be trouble here. Using that Ghost Walk to try and get away. And using the Orb as well, tries to catch it. Makes a fantastic read, but doesn't get that full frag. But still though, Saigib, sorry, does have a couple minutes left on the clock to try and win this back. It's keeping control of the hourglasses really well. Is to continue that chip damage also. And see if it does get those 2 frags to tie things up and maybe even takes the sudden death.
There's still a chance. Razy looking to close this one out early here and just add to the body count. Ghost Wall comes out. Razy just using that passive brilliantly from Ranger to close the gap between items, and also while in hot pursuit, able to deny the armor shards as well. As we take a look at the stats, 21 armor shards to 13 for Saigib. Majors are pretty close too, except for the heavy. That's firmly in Razy's favor, and look at that. What a play. Just catches Saigib completely off guard right behind him. 11 heavies for Razy, 4 for Saigib. He is pushing with the LG, but the shotgun's going to plant him there, 5-1. And now this one's kind of torn open. That rail will miss. Opportunity for Saigib. Nope. The pursuit just gives him too much to deter from a fight. And oh no, there. Okay. Oh. You saw it. You saw it. This is it. Last minute and a half. It's gauntlet time, baby.
He was definitely considering it, but of course that last rocket put a stop to that, or a hold to it rather, depending on what happens in the next map as well as the end of this one. But yeah, this is looking very bleak. 5 frags, not going to happen. He has to do something now, or it's just going to be a 2-0 here. Picks up the Mega. Razy's not going to expect it from behind, but then again, it doesn't really matter. And you've got to remember the starting stack of Psychic. It's going to make matters worse. Sorry, for Razy, it's going to make matters worse for Psychic considering the circumstances here. Heavy still up. No, delayed it a bit. Not like it matters. Razy's got a huge stack to close this one out, which does mean it is going to be a 2-0 in favour of Razy here. Looking to try and go for the third on the final map in a short while. But yeah, Psychic played a bit better, don't get me wrong. I think at the start, especially the first 5 minutes, he played extremely well from a methodical standpoint. But yeah, I kind of feel like that 180 flick for the Teddy for the first frag just made Psychic think, like, for Christ's sake, what more needs to be done?
What do I have to do to murder this man in the arena? That's definitely going in the highlight reel. You can count on that here as the time ticks away. 10 seconds left. This one's going to be 9-1. Saigib calling the GG. He wants out of there. Take me to map number 3 and get me out. Ruins is going to be map number 3. Do we count that? Does that technically count? I feel like we might see another gauntlet on map number 3 that's more stylish, let's put it that way, from Razy. But that is the end of map number 2. Razy takes that one firmly. Well played to Saigib. I mean, better than the first map, but a lot of performances would be better than the first. But that just goes to show how good Razy is on Corrupted Keep, taking Awoken as well. I mean, the series is his. Now he's just working on a 3-0 lethal.
Yeah, I just missed it as well. I was looking at the item control and everything. I think like Razy had like, I don't know, like 24, 25, and like Saigib had something like 11. But Saigib did have 500 more damage. He did have more map presence. He was able to do really well during the first 6 or 7 minutes, but then that was it. It was game over. Razy just rolled all over him. But it's like that for a lot of opponents, isn't it? You're down by 5 or 6 frags, you have to just be overly aggressive and make some, you know, silly errors in order to try and get away with a few frags, just to try and claw the way back and tie things up. It happens. It happens to, you know, all these players. So it's not like he was playing stupid. It was just the fact that he had absolutely no choice. But going to a fair map though, it's like I said, Saigib has had a lot of 2-1s. I don't know if he can maybe get at least one frag to his name to help himself seeding wise leading into Quake Con. You can see there 39% rail on the Nyx, not too shabby there, 1081 damage. But it's like I said though, Saigib, there's a little bit of life in him. He's had 500 more damage, he's got more map presence, so we'll see what he can do on this next map. I believe it's on Ruins?
Yes, we're going to Ruins. We're getting super thick. We got Razy on the Sorlag, and we got Saigib on the Scale Bearer, so perhaps the Intergalactic Warlord has a little something in store. I believe, all right? I believe. It's not just the NA bias. It's not just the America's bias, Lethal. I believe, all right? Saigib's out there fighting for his life against a legitimate arena serial killer. Razy just on a tear as we take a look at the map scores. Whew. Don't get me wrong, Saigib has his work cut out for him 100%, but you know, that bull rush. We've seen wonky things. DJ Wheat's in the booth over there in the green room, rolling his eyes, vomiting violently at the pick. But that's fine. That's okay.
Yeah, I think with the Scale, okay, it's not the best of maps for Scale, but it can be used to a certain degree, you know, to snag those items, to be, you know, if you're in a close range fight, then of course, yeah, use that combat skills to use that bull rush and finish with a shiny or the rockets or whatever you want to do. Whatever weapon selection you have at the time, it's all fantastic. Of course, it would be better on Veil, but, you know, we're going to win, so it's fine. But this is where I said on the last map that it should have a little bit of life in terms of Saigib with the Nyx because it's going to suit his style of play and what he's going to bring to the table. But this time round, he's got the Scale against Sorlag for a bit of mobility. So that does mean that he can't afford to lose the lead right at the very beginning. He needs to play slow and conservative as much as possible and to be a nuisance with the contestation of these items. He's contested them sometimes, but even with a stack, he's not contested them enough for my liking. But this time around, he does have the Scale. He can just snag it as he sees fit, even if it's at T-Junction or at Rockets. There's no reason why he cannot, which is what Razy's going to be particularly keeping an eye on here.
I think regardless of what happens, we're going to see a gauntlet. I just feel it. Razy's already taken the set 2-0. He's on that Sorlag. She's thick, but she's sneaky. I feel like it's going to happen. I feel like it's going to happen. Taking a quick peek at the predictions, even though it hurts my heart, 95% in favor of Razy. How dare you? But it's going to be settled here in 10 minutes as we get into map number 3 between Razy and Saigib. Razy already taking the set. Saigib just fighting for some money. A little bit of pocket change, Lethal. So we're starting off on Saigib, and again, he has that Scale Bearer. He's got almost everything he needs for a fight, just waiting on rockets here. Rail not connecting off the bat. There's the second one. Returned nicely from Razy. Bull rush in hand. If he wants to drop, needs to be careful. There's the spit. There's the jump pad play. There's a lot of LG.
Oh, not too shabby of a start here. The only problem is, though, you know he's got a stack advantage. He's pinned in the courtyard, so he can't afford to take any chip damage, which he hasn't done, which is a good thing. It's just a matter of how Razor's going to go back. That's what route he's going to take. Looks like he's going to go up the heavy jump pad and back around again. But for Sygib, he's just going to back away once more. Heavy's going to be up next in the next 15 seconds. And the question will be, is Sygib actually going to challenge for this heavy at some point? If he does have the stack advantage going into it, could use the LG, but the spit though has been very effective for him. And the rail, which means for Razy, it's going to be the first frag for him from the acid spit. Just misses him, but instead using that bull rush just to play it safe to go for the heavy. But Razy's like, that's fine, you can waste your bull rush. I'm just going to stand up top and pick up the mega.
Oh my god, I'm so glad that Sygib didn't make that jump, because if he made that jump, he might have eaten a rocket directly to the mouth face. Razy taking the lead at 1, letting the spit do the work for him. And he just looks so comfortable. I mean, he always does, right? If you look at his webcam, it's just, you can't even tell he's playing a video game. But that's what makes it so scary. Yeah, oh, dude, 2 rails in a row. Sygib reeling after that. Does grab the heavy. Needs to be careful how he paths. And Razy just able to move around the map so fluidly. No problem. Look at that. Even a little backwards, just a little style. Why not? Oh, no. Sygib gets caught out. There's some more spit. There's the bull rush just to try and get away. But he's going to eat so much damage. There's a rail. And he's still ticking away lethal. Not like this. Not again.
Oh, no. He's just playing him into the health bubble.
Barely.
And he knows it. He knows it. He knew that if he went to the health bubble, he would have been stuffed. He would have been absolutely
Playing Counter-Strike, just shot right in the chest. My God.
I was literally going to say, is this CS or literally Rainbow Six was waiting behind that? But like, who else is he going to get? Sygib knew he was down and out there. 100%. But for Razy, though, he's just living his life at the moment, I think, here for Razy. Just living his life at the moment. Just, but one thing I do actually, you know, you were talking about his reaction to some of his shots. I want to watch back that first flag on the second map and see how he reacted to that, because he probably was, no, my luck, he probably was still calm and collected and wasn't jumping out of his chair, I'm sure. Sygib has the starting stack, but just trying to get away.
I would bet my entire fortune that he was just stone cold killer even after that amazing frag that we saw. Like, that's just the way Razy is. He's so hyper focused on the task at hand. You rarely see emotion. When you do, something is usually off, as he has the firm 3 frag lead here, 3 minutes in, controlling the map well. Sygib trying to chain together some rails, make something happen. Those 2 open up the map for him now. Razy trying to fend him off, trying to get that spit. I think he may have gotten a little bit off just for some tick damage. And now he could track him as well. And he turns nothing into an amazing frag off the spawn, just based off the spit and the tracking. Sygib not respecting it and just getting planted immediately. And that's so disheartening, Lethal.
Oh, he had 2 choices. Did he go towards the health bubble and stop, obviously, the bleeding? But the problem is, he knew that if he went back for it, Razy's got an angle with the rail, hasn't he? So it's like, yeah, just a little bit unfortunate. It's Razy now, just biding his time here, waiting for Sygib to be far enough away in order. Oh, we're going to heavy anyway, but he was trying to delay it so that he can mess up the timings. But Sygib does take advantage of that here. Got that light in the courtyard, and he read him like a book straight away. 5-2 now, 3 frag deficit. Favor Razy. Mega is up in the next 5 seconds, but of course, in terms of weapon selection, Razy's got a huge advantage with that LG. And Sygib knew it here. There was no way he could have fought off that by any means. Does get the mega. Now he's going to try and rotate all the way around here. Nice little stuff here from Razy. Up 6-2 now. With a nice little spawn rail.
Nice little dance from Sygib. There's the bull rush just to get away. He just wants to try and create some space. And now he doubles back with a shotgun, and Razy caught off guard. So Sygib putting up some frags, doing a little dance, potentially making some love, and he does with the shaft right there. Grabs another one. He is weak, but the mega should be up. But he can't make it. He does just in time. Can he melt him again? And Sygib stringing together some frags, making this interesting, only trailing by 1.
Yeah, still needs to recover though, but this would be a good time for it. It would have been a good time for a gauntlet actually for Razy, but decides to prioritise the machine gun. Obviously, it's not really gauntlet time as of yet. He hasn't really got the lead, and Sygib still cleans him up with the starting shotgun. Yeah, this is becoming a little bit chaotic. A bit of a slugfest here. Both of them just charging into each other. Comes out with the ball.
What?
He's going to come out on top. Yeah, mate, I don't know. I don't know.
What? Phantom pellets in the shotgun. Somebody check him PC or something, whatever the kids are saying. I don't know what just happened, but I do know that Saigib is down by 2, but he's making this interesting for sure, Lethal.
Absolutely. Saigib is keeping this close. And look at the stack he has at the moment. Oh, this is the perfect time to use it if he can try and pin Razy down, but with that spit down, it's not really going to help him too much as the ball rush just misses. Oh, look at the amount of damage he's doing at the moment, even with the rocket, and even though the ball rush can tank a fair amount of damage, it's not going to do a huge amount there, and Saigib with the starting shotgun once again cleans it up and keeps that 2 frag deficit, trying to keep this as competitive as possible. But Saigib's going to get taken down here. Could have been a gauntlet moment, but once again, Razy just trying to play this safe.
Yeah, this isn't a blowout by any means, so Razy does have to be careful how he plays it. I mean, Razy's going to Razy at the end of the day, but a little bit of restraint, not going for the gauntlet quite yet. Doesn't have it sealed up the way he'd like. There's the spit to do a little bit of zoning here. Saigib will make his way down to the heavy a little bit early. Razy actually doubles back, doesn't fall down. Now Razy should have free reign over this heavy. Saigib waiting at the jump pad. But the amount of spit damage and frags that Razy... Oh my god, what a play! The rocket, 100 damage! And Ole, the bull rush, does not land, and Razy is just so good. It is such a joy to watch, and now this is it. Yes. This is it, he did it! Hunting his prey, staring him in the eye, saying, you're gonna get gauntleted by me. There's my stamp of approval. Thanks for coming.
You know what's funny as well? There was actually 2 other opportunities he could have easily done that instead of using the machine gun, but finally he's managed to do it. Do you know what? I swear like he's had more kills as a starting shotgun this game than he has done with anything else so far. He's still bailing on in. He hits him with the first rail. Misses the second, but he's done enough damage here to at least circulate the weaponry. Heavy's up in the next 10, but he's still, still has a chance. I'm not going to say he's got no chance after the spy situation, but 5 frag deficit, we'll have to see.
We've seen crazy comebacks happen before, but on a map this big, I'm not so sure, Lethal. As there's the preemptive spit through the telly. It's going to give him all the tracking that he needs. Good rail there as well from Razy. Nice rocket jump up, but the LG will push him away, and Saigib able to bully his way onto that Mega. A little bit of a stare down, all right. I like it.
Give it to Evils.
40 now.
A little bit of Evils. So 71 HP now. Saigib is in a very peculiar situation. He's going to be very weak, looking to try and at least recover, but at some stage he's going to have to play this over aggressively, and sadly for him, take chances which he knew he probably couldn't take in the past, but so you have to take these risks. We've got a minute 10 left remaining as Razy just dancing around that Mega, just waiting for it to come up. And I haven't really got any rockets to his name either. Yeah, Saigib's pretty much done here at this point. 4 frags, 1 minute left. And yeah, it's just a matter of time really. So Razy will probably take this 3-0. And don't get me wrong, like Saigib did a great job, like just keep this as competitive as possible and just doing what he can to try and keep the score close. But now it's just clutch at straws here. Saigib trying to stay alive. Razy's still got such a huge stack. I think he's worried about the next gauntlet coming out. He's even baiting him.
And this is just the CSGO roots from Razy right now, just holding angles, waiting, round the corner. He decides to use the shotgun this time. Personally, I was thinking gauntlet, but that's all right. Saigib able to grab the heavy, but now he's just trying to add a little bit more to the body count, but he's not going to be able to take this one. There's just not enough time, Lethal. So Razy wraps this one. Okay, all right. Really scary. It was really scary for a second there.
Saigib with the best starting shotgun, like, name a better duos in this map, surely, from what we've seen over the last 10 minutes. But yeah, you're right though, all done and dusted. It's going to be a Razy 3-0 as we predicted. As Saigib did keep that last map a little bit competitive, but just knew that he was done over the last couple of minutes. Some interesting plays as well, especially that repeat from Courtyard when Razy had the machine gun. That was just absolute madness. And the control was also very similar, so to speak. But look at 68% rail, I just noticed there from Razy. Not too shabby at all.
Yeah, just solid play from Razy. I mean, that first map is just kind of how CK can go. I know the scoreline was absolutely absurd, but you get in this loop, you can't really do anything, you get stuck, and then the score gets blown out of proportion. So that's kind of what that was. I think the second and third map were more indicative of what Cygabe's capable of in terms of keeping it close, even against someone like Razy. He did his best, but at the end of the day, Razy doing the Razy show. And especially on map number 3, just getting so many spit kills. You know, whoever said spitters are quitters is a damn liar, because Sorlag is just so good in this game. And then, yeah, we saw a little bit of Counter-Strike come out as well, Lethal.
Yeah, we had a mix of everything, I think. Not just this map, but just this whole series alone. It's been weird, but you know what? I think a lot of us are weird. Let's be honest here. I'm a bit weird, you're weird, and we've seen a bit of a weird third map.
Definitely weird.
Oh, yeah.
Putting it nicely for me, sure.
There's no debate. No debate at all, as you can see. 6% rail, 2100 damage, and he had a lot of damage in the LG as well. A lot more map presence. We all knew it was going to be a 3-0, and a 3-0 came into fruition. At least he kept the last map, and the second map a little bit close, what we've seen there. But just another day for Razy. He's going to go higher up on leaderboard, still currently third, and he'll probably stay there, considering a few other players underneath him are, obviously not playing today. So, yeah, he's going to keep that third spot for now.
Yep, as we take a look at the recap from the set. Again, scoreline's not as bad on map 2 and 3. If you look at map number 1, you're going to say, oh my god, was Cygabe in the server? It was brutal. It was brutal. But again, that's kind of how CK rolls, especially at this level. Being able to frag in the center of the map and just run the spawns into the red room, as well as rockets, can be absolutely brutal. But again, Razy taking it 3-0, showing the world that, again, for another week at least, Corrupted Keep is Razy's keep. So that's 2 done and dusted, Lethal. We got 2 more on the way. That means Papa Wheat's going to come in here and try and wrangle us and get our shit together, so to speak, because God knows I don't have mine. But we're going to take a quick break first. We'll be right back with the featured matches of the week. week 13 of the Quake Pro League is halfway through. That means we have 2 matches left, and they're the featured ones. And Lethal, we're bringing in Papa Wheat. Let's just get right to it. Wheat, it's always a pleasure.
Yo, good morning.
There
What's up? Happy Saturday, everyone. Yeah, the kind of a little shorter day, but happy to be here. Thanks for having me, guys.
Always a pleasure and an honor, and I'm glad that we had to kind of end off on a map where Scale lost, because I know that's in your comfort zone. You're coming in fresh and happy. It's good to see you, but now we got Chain versus CNZ, and Wheat, since you're to the table, what do you think about these 2 players, Chain, CNZ? We're going to go at it in a little bit here. Tell me a little something.
Yeah, so, CNZ sitting at the number 7 spot, Chain sitting at the number 13 spot, and we are getting closer to the end of the regular season. So these matches in particular, I think, are especially important as we march closer and closer to the finals. So CNZ has had his ups and downs. I think that there was when CNZ first entered into the field, a lot of us were like, oh damn, like the ceiling's high for this one, and I think it still is, but he's been kind of on his own journey. I do think his play this particular season has been good. I think Chain, I feel like there's just been some consistency that we've all been hoping that we'd see out of Chain. So, frankly, I think this is a really important match just because of how close these 2 players are in the rankings and what that could mean for each one moving up and down. So there you go. That's what I think. I don't want to go to the prediction because no one else has said anything. So there you go.
How dare you? Yeah, exactly. But for CNZ, yeah, I do agree with what you said in terms of he has his ups and downs, because he does. He really does. There's times in the spur of a moment where he's had some really good weeks. It's in solid blocks.
Yeah.
And there's another 3 or 4 week block where we don't really see anything of him, and he's gone back to his bad ways of just not being able to adapt to other players, and then he has his good weeks. It's very, very strange, but we're now in the good block, I'd say now, because of the fact that he managed to take down Maxter 2-1 last month. A few weeks ago he did also take down Dramas, and that was a 3-0, and that was a little bit of a surprise for me. I may be making an early prediction here. Sorry for you. I know you like to ask us and that. Yeah, I can see it.
It's okay.
But but literally though, I feel like if CNZ has been this consistent and has beaten Maxter and defeated Dramas 3-0 only a few weeks ago, there's no reason why I shouldn't take down Chain, surely.
Well, let's take a look at the pick bands first. But I am very ashamed of you for predicting. This should paint a better picture for us, where you got Corrupted Keep, we got Veil, we got Blood Covenant, and before we get into the champ picks, we got Keel, so Chain's winning it. Lethal, take it away as always.
Well, for CNZ, I'm not surprised he selected Corrupted Keep. He has defeated Rafa once before, and that wasn't by a small margin. That was literally by a huge deficit. I think it's 19-4, 18-4, something like that anyway. But it's definitely been one of his stronger maps outside Molten Falls, which of course isn't around anymore. Quite surprised that Veil has slipped in for Chain. For Chain, Veil is one of his best maps statistically, and then normally it's Awoken afterward, which is why, of course, CNZ has actually banned Awoken. So maybe he thought to himself he had a choice. Veil or Awoken, he needs to be better performing on Veil, and plus he gets first pick, which means that he'll obviously go with the Eisen. And against the Kill, funny enough, it's just going to be an interesting point. And Blood Covenant to finish things off with the light champions of the Nyx and the Anarchy. We'll have to see what CNZ can do with those aggressive Ghost Walks.
I like this. I mean, for both players, the Chain with the Keel 40. We'll have to see what happens with that. But I will agree with you, 40. Keel on this map has been a lot of fun to watch as players continue to kind of nail and figure this out. I mean, I think the grenade could be so very powerful in that regard. But I mean, looking at Blood Covenant too, having kind of a speed matchup, and this is something that I feel like we've been seeing a lot of this season. So it's always welcome. I like those types of pace games. But based off of this, and I'll start. I do think that CNZ playing right here. I think he's got it, and I think he's got it. My prediction definitely goes to CNZ over Chain on this one.
Lethal, how do you feel about it?
You can see there's a lot of things to take into account. He's got Corrupted Keep. Veil, he does have the Eisen, but there's a lot of caution to be had with the kill, especially with the pineapples. It depends who gets with the top mega first and gets it out of control early. And even with Blood Covenant, he's got the Nyx, which is going to be a huge play for him, even with the mobility and the speed of the Anarchy, which is, again, going to be another issue. And this is the problem. So, yes, you've got the speed to keep your distance if Chain has the lead on the final map, but with that Ghost Walk, anything can happen, and it's very unpredictable. And the fact that he banned the Athena just to make matters worse for Chain is just going to be a hard-fought battle. It should be a 3-0 for CNZ, maybe a 2-1, but it should work in CNZ's favour, depending on how he's played his last two opponents anyway.
Well, I'll just be a psychopath and say Chain then, because again,
you're a nusser. Like
I got nothing to lose, right? In terms of the predictions on the casting crew, I am bottom of the leaderboard. Nothing to lose. So that's what I think. I don't know. Act a little crazy. If we take a look at the chat's predictions, 86% in favor of CNZ, at least on map number 1. Probably makes sense. As you said, Corrupted Keep, kind of a strong suit. We'll see how he could play it. But before we get into it, Lethal, I have to kick you out. I want some alone time.
Yeah, that's fine. I know when I'm not wanted.
Thanks, Lethal.
We'll see you in a bit.
We'll see you soon.
Yeah,
40. You know what? I heard a little something the other day that they were going to determine and select casters next season based off of their prediction success. So I just want to say good luck. I hope you're still. No, I'm just kidding.
You just made everyone in chat
we'd
so
all
happy.
be
Like,
screwed.
yes, 40
They'd be
won't
like,
be
well,
there.
let's find out. Let's find out. Yeah, just kidding. Suddenly chat's casting. It'll be like, yes, we were right so often. 40, what is up? Good to be here. Good to see you. Hope things have been well. I know the weather isn't great today. I did bring some picnic supplies, but if this rain keeps up, we may not be able to bust out the cheese and crackers and the wine. So, but it's good to be here.
My hair.
We got Quake.
It's always good to have you. Saturdays are always a good day when there's Quake around. Again, last week had the Challengers, Tox qualifying. That's going to be something to watch.
Super awesome. Yes.
It's so crazy. It's so crazy to have an absolute legend show up and just be like, you know what? Nah, I'm not done playing. And then just qualifying against all these, the up-and-comers and everything. And it's going to be really great to see. So
it is even more crazy when I think about right, like when I think about talks from the past too, I think like there's a couple of tournaments that really come in. One of them in particular is like ESWC 2006. And then just to say that number and be like, holy shit, that was like 16 years ago. And here he is qualifying for, that's amazing.
It's crazy to me, not only just the longevity of his career, but people in chat don't know what ESWC is. You and I have been around a while, but they're like, what the hell is ESWC? And it's like, oh my God. But anyways, this isn't a history lesson. We're waiting on the players to ready up, sorting out the servers and stuff like that. But yeah, I think that's fantastic to see. And again, there are more qualifiers. So if you think you want to throw your name in the hat, you want to run with the big dogs, June 19th, top 4 for the global qualifier will make it. Yeah, it's time. Everybody in chat that's like, I wouldn't miss that shot. I wouldn't mistime that. Now's your chance. Let's see. Let's see.
I could shoot a 60% rail, no problem.
Easy. Easy.
But you know what? The fact that there is a chance that there's a road in, it's great. Right? I mean, we might get other surprises. We got Tox, maybe suddenly Paul Cesium Nelson is going to come out of the sewers. I don't know. And,
start making some calls, Wheat. I know you got numbers. Start making some calls.
It's like going to be the return of Bitch Slayer. Actually, he's going to come and he's going to. No one knows where he's been for 15 years, but suddenly all right, let's go.
I can't wait for when we have the finals and then the end boss, after everything is done, 0-4 just comes out and he says, you're not done. You have to beat me. And I'll be like, oh God. Yeah, it'll be great. We'll see. There's a lot planned. It's going to be awesome. Again, we are working on getting the players in the server and up and ready. We're going to get into it soon. First map, CK. It's going to be Ranger versus Galena. I think I like the Ranger on this map. I like Ranger on pretty much any map. The passive is fantastic, and the Dire Orb is huge. I don't know if the totems are going to play that big into it, Weed.
Yeah, it's harder to maintain your totems, right, on a map like this where it's so small. There's a lot of rotation happening. I do definitely say Chain has the better utility. It doesn't mean that CNZ can't get a lot out of Galena, but we've also seen, you know, Ranger kind of being the staple that you mentioned. We've seen some maps where it's like, hey, all right, Ranger should totally take this one, and then like Dire Orb does nothing for them, right? And it just boils down to the skills, whether it's aim, timing, etc. So I do agree that on paper this is definitely a Ranger map, and but let's see what CNZ can do. You know, traditionally in this space we see a lot of like BJ come in every once in a while just for the dual wield, but we'll see if the totems are effective or not. But I'm still sticking with the CNZ taking the series.
Still being a crazy person going with Chain. I don't know how he's going to do it, but I just feel like he's going to do it. So I did hear the server tick. We're getting into it. Apologies for the delay, chat. Yeah, we're going to kick this off. First featured match of the day, Chain versus CNZ. Starts on Corrupted Keep. And let me see if the predictions have changed at all. It seems pretty firm. CNZ 80%. So a little bit more on the Chain train, but we'll see exactly how this all starts. Momentum might be the key here for Chain as we are live in the first featured match of Week 13 Quake Pro League, and we're starting off on Chain.
Yep, Chain's going to get a red room spawn. It's going to get him set up to potentially grab the heavy, which he does. Now, you know, we talked a little bit about Orb. Orb in this space used a lot for positioning. You can do some really cheeky things, potentially grab both of your major items if there's enough time between them. Nice rocket from his opponent as he pops out, and CNZ, oh my god, that is okay. We talked about when Dire Orb doesn't work, but here's a great example, 40, of when it does work, and it looked like CNZ was going to grab that frag. No, it was the perfect aim of Chain's Dire Orb. However, CNZ, knowing his opponent's hurt, brings it back, but what a way to start the series.
Yeah, Chain hit him with the last-minute FADC Ultra on that one, but CNZ comes in off the spawn hot, tying it at 1, looking to gain some map control here. As both players playing respective center of the maps respectively here. A little bit of rocket damage to give Chain kind of an inkling as to where CNZ might be.
Yeah. Chain in the back kind of being a little sneaky about it, 40. CNZ with a perfectly placed rocket, going to set himself up nicely for that mega. And is getting the totems down too, as there he's going to have overstack and be able to go in for it. Missed Dire Orb, and that gives CNZ the opening to get another frag and finally puts him in the lead. So was nicely placed. He did have those 2 down, both in the red room, and I'm surprised that those haven't been able to be cleared out, 40, but CNZ's managed it well.
Yeah, not bad. Did have the overstack, and he's going to have another one in hand for after this mega pickup. So not only is he controlling the mega itself, but he's got a pocket mega wheat, and that's going to be very bad news for Chain here. He's jumping up on that ledge, just trying to avoid some splash damage. And meanwhile, CNZ just takes control of the map. Again, trying to control the armor shards and everything. You can get in this vicious cycle. If you're not careful, there's the Dire Orb again, and Chain makes it happen. 2 rockets after the Dire Orb, not bad.
He's, you know, so far really, I think, made good decisions as far as that's concerned, but it's very low. The rocket jump up to the top to the shotgun, and CNZ holds on to his lead, finds his opponent in the red room. Plasma coming out, but look at that machine gun just tearing down his opponent. CNZ now taking this 1 frag game into a 2 frag game, despite the frag from Chain. A beautiful direct rocket. CNZ gets bopped up in the air with 1 from Chain, but it won't matter. CNZ still manages to find it, and a little too much for Chain to handle here as we hit the 3-minute mark. Ouch.
Oh my god, the shotgun, he does it with the Dire Orb shotgun combo. Just chunks away at CNZ, and that's so frustrating. That rocket is beautiful, but there's the overstack totem. Chain trying to chase, taking damage, trying to get this frag with the shotgun again, and the pellets land wheat. Chain is back in at 4-5, trailing by 1.
I'm really impressed for, oh my gosh, another direct rocket. It's not looking good. Oh, the back and forth first is immaculate. We're truly seeing a boxing match here in this particular matchup between these two. But I'm really impressed with Chain's ability to completely stop sort of that uber aggression that was coming out from CNZ. He was just really laying it on. His totems were down in great spots. But Chain kind of, put his foot down and said, all right, I'm going to be a wall that you've got to get past. Then was able to bring a couple back. Now, still down by 2, don't get me wrong, but I think it was really important for Chain to stop CNZ's momentum there because he was looking like he was about to super pop off. But now still a 2-frag game. There's still a plenty of time, and these guys are just hitting some amazing shots. CNZ with some huge LG damage to a shoddy blast, and that's going to make it a 3-point game.
And that Dire Orb just coming up short, there was a chance that he could have gotten a shotgun blast off and upset CNZ again, but just missing out on the Dire Orb. CNZ able to take advantage of it, and not only that, but get a shotgun blast of his own at that heavy, and down goes the totem. He's trying to rebuild that economy wheat, and the Mega's going to be up, so he's denying the armor shard, making his way back. Can Chain cut him off? Lots of LG. Good rockets! Chain is going big!
That was a big, risky play for 40, but is willing to go up against it and those odds and willing to give it a shot. A couple of beautifully placed rockets, and now a little bit early to that heavy. He's going to be able to grab it. The answer is yes. Does Dire Orb through, but CNZ will not fall for those tricks, and he is able to get the turnaround shotgun blast to keep this at 4 in his favor. But we're halfway through. There's still a lot of time. Chain on the hunt yet again, not landing the rockets he needs to, and CNZ with the defensive one. 5-point game.
So many mid-airs. Love it.
There are.
Absolutely love it. Both players just going off right now. Chain trailing by 5, trying to make it happen with the machine gun, but no doing. CNZ melts him down with the LG. Does have another totem in his pocket, so Chain doing a good job of making sure there's no kind of overstack shenanigans here, but he's still big damage missing out as CNZ able to get the best of him with these rockets and LG, and just the positioning here. Look, taking middle ground from the red room, being able to drop in on the Mega as well. And just reposition for the heavy almost immediately here. Just starting to box Chain out more and more from the entire map, Weed.
Yeah, I mean, Chain knowing he needs some sort of a stack here in order to fight. He does have Orb up. Let's see if it comes out. Another great rocket. Oh, another great rocket. They're just trading them back and forth, and CNZ with another frag. And, here's what I think is the danger zone here for Chain. Yes, he's had these beautiful, all-in stopping moments against CNZ, but the likelihood that you're going to be successful on those over and over and over again, I think, is pretty indicative of what the score is right now with a 7-frag lead here for CNZ. So Chain needs to slow it down just a little bit. Here he sets up a trap. Dire Orb to the Goomba Stomp and the rocket, and it works. So 6-frag game, but this is the point. He really needs to turn around right here. He needs to temper his aggression, be very, very smart in his next few decisions.
And that was beautiful play from Chain to not go through the choke point immediately and instead wait. Otherwise, CNZ would have planted him with rockets. Chain does end up taking a ton of damage as CNZ is able to use those totems again and get this free heavy pickup. One totem in the pocket to make the overstack for CNZ, and Chain has to be wary of that here. What a rocket!
I mean,
oh my God.
That was a beautiful frag. It is really, at one point during that last exchange, off the spawn, CNZ was down to 15 HP. And it was unfortunate Chain wasn't able to get that. Now, he still made this a 5-frag game, which it was looking pretty bad before. But I think that if he can keep... maybe stack away. There's still a chance here, especially with this orb going to be back up. We'll have to see, but he cannot make another mistake at all. And CNZ, you can tell he's running down the clock. Oh, God,
wow.
Rockets.
Chain doing everything in his power to try and defend, but CNZ just bullies his way. There's the Dire Orb. Misdirection, and he moonwalks onto a totem, and the LG is going to be what kills him, but that is unfortunate for Chain.
Yeah, and I think that's pretty much going to be it at that point. Small window of opportunity there where I think the comeback was indeed real. But Chain, unfortunately, stopped by CNZ. CNZ with some great decisions during this game. Definitely, so his map awareness has been phenomenal. He hasn't let that orb play him. He's played the orb and did a good job, like we were talking earlier, playing a totem game and keeping those in play. There's two right there that Shane is going to clear out there as CNZ is just going to clean this one up in the final minute and a half, 40. So I think kind of what we expected, but to add some flavor to it all, like Chain, this could have gone Chain's way at one point, right? He had some real game-turning moments that I think could have changed the tide.
Yeah, I feel like some of the plays were mostly Hail Mary Dire Orbs. I know they were the finishers, but he kind of relied on opening chip damage, and I'm just going to close out with Dire Orb and just end it with a shotgun blast or something. And the minute that started to not land or the Dire Orb came up short, CNZ just had a better ABC kind of game. So we see some good rockets here from Chain, and again, Dire Orb in. Can he get this one? No, CNZ says nay to that one as well. But I think overall, CNZ just played a better game here on CK. But definitely moments of brilliance from Chain. Oh my God! Pull! Skeet shooting out here.
Yeah, that's exactly what happened. He was a skeet. And then here we go. The final moments. 40. CNZ is going to take this first map. Of course, we're going to second. 2 to win the series. We'll play all 3 games as usual in the final 10 seconds. A nice display and of rockets exchange here. The fireworks definitely went off. I mean, I don't know. Maybe we should lobby for a direct rocket counter, but we saw a lot of them this game, and some of them mid-air, some of them were just phenomenal predictive rockets, some from a top level to a mid-level to a bottom level, like all fantastic. I just, if they made a mid-air direct rocket cereal, 40 Lions, I'd eat it. I'd eat it. So
Rocketos.
Rocketos.
Get on it.
Yep.
There's a better name. But yeah, quite the first map there. CNZ starting off with all of the momentum there. But again, Chain had his moments. The Dire Orb kind of bailing him out of sticky situations a lot of the time. As we see 6 HP, 13 HP, it wasn't necessarily the cleanest frags. And that's kind of why the minute that failed, CNZ was able to overcome that and add 2-3 frags for the price of 1 on Chain. And like you said, this whole match is just a highlight reel. It's absolutely insane some of the rockets these players were hitting. And I can't wait to get into the next map because hopefully more of that.
That would be nice. I've actually got to open my notepad again. We're going on to Vale next. This is where we're going to see the Keel and the Ison go head-to-head. So you've got something to look forward to here. And definitely high octane. Are we going to get as fast-paced of a game? Like we very well might. I think both players kind of able to dictate. Ison able to zone a little bit, but so can Keel with those grenades. And it can change the way that you think about how you rotate through the map, etc. But there we see the results and stats from the previous game. It's going to put CNZ up 1, and your predictions for map 2 are welcome and can come in. CNZ kind of dominating those right now. 40, not too surprised from that, given what we saw in game 1.
Damn. 97%. yeah. I mean, it's not that surprising. Again, Keel is the best champ in the game, so this one should be easily in Chain's favor. Also, the rail is reintroduced on Vale. We might be able to see Chain string together some of those and then finish with pineapples, but the way CNZ is playing, I think it's just too solid. Chain's defense, really, really good, but there's no point in playing defense when you're trailing. So maybe the start of the game has something to do with it, but I feel like CNZ might be able to take this one, all things considered. Although I do love Keel, so. I
mean, given how on both of their aim felt in game 1, it'll be interesting to kind of say, okay, now we're putting, the railgun in the arena here for you two. That obviously can have a huge, huge difference for both of these players on Vale. So I suspect that CNZ is just going to try to control that top with Timmy as much as possible and play that top level rail game. Keel's going to want to do the same, but CNZ, he at least shows us that he's in good shape to be able to try to accomplish his goal there.
Completely agree. I think it'll be interesting to see if CNZ has unique places to spot Timmy. I mean, everyone puts it outside the telly on the top, but like if you get a little creative and you make it at a weirder angle, then your opponent comes out and they have to pick and they have to do like 90-degree turns of, do I handle Timmy? Do I fight you? And then that's where it really becomes a nuisance and a pest. So I don't know. We'll see. Some people just throw it on the end of the telly and then just they're like, whatever.
Like
But
40
see how
won't
he
be
plays it.
satisfied until you can just like stick it to any wall that you want to.
I'm
And
just
just
saying,
like, so
to
when
the
they come out,
ceiling,
they've
I'm-
got to fully examine where the hell that thing could be killing them from. Yes.
I'm just saying that Keel should be shooting rockets that shoot grenades, but that's fine. That's fine. Chain CNZ map number 2. I'll talk to Sync Air later. We are live on CNZ's point of view, and there's the deployment from the Timmy right up in your face as you exit that telly.
Yeah, right up. I mean, it's a little welcome surprise that you definitely didn't ask for, but we're starting things off. Things are a little slow. To be expected. Both players going to figure out the pace of this matchup. Already getting some opening damage with those rockets early on. And CNZ is at this top. Now, he does not have a rail yet, right? So he's basically rocket defending. He sees that Heavy's up. We'll grab that. And I'm really curious. He's going to go for a play on both of these. Rail from down below, but it doesn't matter. He's got both of the major items. And now I would suspect he's going to go out, try to get himself a rail, and then get right back to where he was at. He does get caught by Chain, who's trying to deny him that, but it will not last for long. 1 minute in, we're 0-0. But CNC's got the setup that he wants.
One shot from Timmy, and now it's just a battle for this Heavy. This Chain has the position to try and rain down some rockets. There's a little bit of LG. Does land a shot on the way out here, but more importantly, CNC's controlling all the armor. Mega does go to Chain, but CNC doing a good job of trying to lock down the full map.
Yeah, I think it was going to be pretty difficult for him to keep control of both of those items for longer than one cycle, especially given that he didn't have all the weapons that he wanted. So it made a smart move here. Chain capitalizing, also smart move. But now both at the top, the Heavy is up. CNZ knew that timing, and he knows, Chain knows that he is there. The turret goes up, but Chain decides to not go for it and instead doubles back for the Mega. Like he's playing very very smart here.
Yeah, I like the patience from CNZ as well, using the turret, trying to gather some info, but also Chain not risking it, not dropping down, getting a good rail on the exit there, getting another one as CNZ trying to get those vials. There's the tribal, a little bit of pineapple as well, and just like that, 20 points of health, 45 after a pickup, and CNZ needs to be careful not to get stuck here.
Ooh. Turret dropped in a perfect spot. It finally gets the king. Now outside of the telly, both players busting out their rail, but it's Chain who's going to land his shot, putting him on the board first off of the spawn. Rocket room. Oh. Well, we had an up and a down there, but Chain did get the from the dead kill there with the grenade and then committed suicide with that rocket. It's still 1-0 though, 40.
Pineapple reigning supreme, Wheat. We'll see how long it could last, as Shane does have the lead. Mega is up, but he's trying to figure out exactly where CNZ might be, and CNZ sneaks past him. Can he pick up the Mega? The rocket's bouncing him around, does pick it up mid-fight and plants him with the rail. After all of that damage, CNZ is hanging by a thread, 3 HP.
That is really hanging on by a thread, like bleeding profusely. Now at least a little bit back. Does actually throw down Timmy a little bit early, just knowing that he was going to have to wait for that light as well. Now heading back over. CNC's got to make sure that he is on top of all of the times right now. He's there for the Mega, but it's going to be picked up by Chain. CNZ getting chased down now. He's sitting on top of the Heavy, but it's still a couple of seconds away. He's doing the dance, 40, and oh my gosh, he jumps back on it, grabs it, and nails the LG as his opponent drops down, and CNZ is the lead by 1.
Such good play, perfect timing, and the spawn Timmy turret, just a pestering Chain as well. CNZ looking to open this one up here. 1 frag lead, free Mega. This Chain needs to grab some equipment before he can even contest anything. Heavy's going to be up in 2 seconds, and now it's just going to be a battle. He's dropping on LG, and that is ill-advised. But in the end, CNZ still takes him down, but that was dangerous, Sweet.
That was really impressive LG right there. That bead it looked like it did not move from his opponent at all. And we were talking about the rail earlier, but honestly, LG's been a big deciding factor outside of that first frag that Chain got. But these two players getting up close and personal yet again, and Chain from around the column with the rail. Like, not the shot you'd expect to see made, but he nails it, and now it's a 1-point game again. Oh! He deserved that.
This is the power of Keel. You could play rail pineapple only and still get away with it. Tied at 3. Chain trying to make some reads here, making sure that LG's not for free. Just missing out on that rail shot. That would have been big free damage there. This is a nice rocket from below. CNZ actually challenging this one. It could cost him his life, but the LG is so good from CNZ. My God.
I'm really impressed for that grenade. Oh, sorry, still looking through Chain's perspective, and I'm glad I was. Just he had some beautiful grenades in that little series right there. They're gonna throw the turret down, can't land the rail right next to his opponent, and it's still a 1 frag game, but this has been great. We're halfway through this. Oh my God, it literally is rail pineapple 40 over and over. It feels like there's no escape.
What?
Oh my, what is going on?
Cue the circus music. It's happening. It's all going wrong. As Chain does get a rail, but he concedes the heavy afterward. He's relying on the rail pineapple a lot. Sometimes it's great, sometimes it's not. The citrus is a cruel mistress here. It's 1 frag lead for CNZ. Now I'm worried about the timing here. Is Chain trying to make his way to the Mega. He's going to drop down, has to deal with Timmy, gets forced back into the Thunderdome. And that's kind of one of the unique spots where you think it's going to be upper and then you drop lower and then automatically, 2v1 and you have to worry about a great rail as CNZ drops down again. Some of these drops from CNZ, just fearless. Some might say uncalculated, but oh my God, the LG's so good.
I mean, it's funny because CNZ's like, well, you're doing a really good job of keeping that rail from me. Okay, great, LG, it is. And that's how he's gotten several of his frags to take this lead. So in an interesting, sort of approach, I think Chain has been trying to keep that rail away, but it hasn't stopped CNZ. This time, though, Chain ready for him on the middle level. Some nice rockets to really round that one out, and he brings it 1 frag closer. We're damn near tied with 3 minutes left to go, 40. And I think this one is going to go all the way to the end.
Jump over from CNZ. I think you're absolutely right. Chain trying to line up some sort of damage. There's a great rail to Pineapple. Just a little bit of zoning here, and he has to be careful. Chain does concede, but he takes so much damage in the process.
He's so very low. He's going to let CNZ get that heavy because he's really got no choice. Not really a fight that he can take right now. So this is a pretty critical moment right here. Chain has to be careful. He's trying to rearm himself. He's trying to get a better stack. He's down by 1, and he cannot get in a situation where he lets CNZ grab another frag and then potentially convert off of that one. So Chain, rightfully so, is definitely slowing the game down a little bit to try to put together a trap or some sort of a play. He's going to start things off by grabbing that heavy, and 2 minutes left to go, 40. So crucial moments here for Chain as we go into the final 2 minutes.
Shoulder peeking everything. Should have heard the Timmy deployed. If not, he does get the damage on it. So now he has a good idea of how to approach this if he wants to, and it looks like he's not even going to contest from that angle. He's just going to try and set up for another heavy. And as you mentioned, he's waiting for the perfect opportunity to lay a trap and do a massive amount of burst damage. There's a rail, there's a pineapple. Tri-bolt volley from CNZ, very strong. Make that 2. Chain has to give up the heavy, and he missed the armor shard, and now doubling back isn't going to be the play. There's the rocket jump up to try and steal the Mega. Good rocket, but he drops down again, so he's going to miss out on that, and he missed out on the armor shard. Doesn't have the time to grab that one, and Wheat, everything has gone wrong for Chain.
It is. He's alive, so that's good. He's got something going for him, but as the clock ticks away, each of these advances that he needs, now there's some good LG from down below, but CNZ's still sitting on a nice stack. We're about to have another heavy. Can he land the rail? He can't, and heavy's going to go over to Chain. Chain. So Chain has to make a move here. He's got nothing to lose at this point. He's going to try to put himself in the best position by grabbing this Mega, and here we go, barreling through into the heavy armor room. Comes around the corner, dodges one rocket, does hit a pretty nice rocket, only 35 points of damage. Going to try to hit one, sees Timmy come out, and we do have the rail hit, and now the grenades and the tri-bolt going out. He's got the better stack. There's an opportunity here for it, and he does it 7-7 with 20 seconds left to go.
And CNZ just gave up the last cycle of items. He just wanted to play hyper defensive, and it cost him, and Chain took the lead with 10 seconds left.
I cannot even believe it. What an amazing comeback. This is a great display of patience. Oh my God, dude. Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. I did not mean to drop
virgin ears,
that
Weed,
F-bomb.
how dare you?
I did not. Dude, Chain deserves a super clap for that. Oh my gosh. I apologize to all of the youngins out there. That
First
was
of all,
so
yeah, shame
good.
on
The
you,
last 2 minutes was so good.
Hats off to Chain for playing a patient, reserved, beautiful game. But don't ever sleep on Keel again, people in chat. How dare you? Anyways, full credit to Chain. That was immaculate to watch. Taking his time, I really feel like on that last set of items, CNZ just was like, I'm going to turtle, and this is it for 40 seconds, and that's what cost him. That was just, it was a decision that he made. It was a bit of a gamble, and Chain just took advantage of that, and just a brilliant last 2 minutes from Chain on this one.
I mean, the whole game was good. But that was just a super phenomenal 2 minutes, right? There's such you think 40 about what goes through a player's head when they're down by one, the clock's ticking away, right? And I feel like that's probably where the most bad decisions are made. And right there, Chain made every good decision. And even you said it, that you could clearly tell, okay, he's trying to gain some ground here. It just wasn't working. CNZ was throwing out everything perfect. But just goes to show that being patient, going, all right, like 30 seconds is still enough if I could pull it off. At the end there in that final frag, I kind of feel like that was actually CNZ probably being surprised by the fact that Chain did bring it back and then putting himself in a position that was not super great. Chain capitalized, boom. Awesome game. I love that we're going to a game 3 decider on this one.
I love it too, and we get Anarchy versus Nyx. As you said, speedy mobility is going to be the name of the game here, and we hit him with the El Clasico, a bit modified, but Blood Covenant has been around for quite some time, so this one should be absolutely fantastic. And, you know, big shouts to Chain. Again, that map number 2 was solid play. Can he take that momentum into map number 3 and potentially pull off this upset? 10 minutes until we figure that out Figure that one out. Yeah,
well,
those are words. Words are hard.
Whatever. It's all good. Still flustered from the phenomenal game 2 that we just had. That was so good. It's good stuff.
Yeah, I've
also,
never heard an expletive like that from you before.
They come out every once in a while. I got lost in it all. I was thinking about some of those rails and pineapples that were coming out too, and
passionate gamers is what we are.
That's right. So yeah, we're now going to a completely different style of game. Now, I love that we're at a 2 or a tied 1 apiece. My biggest concern on this one is that I just think that Nyx can be too good on Blood Covenant, right? I think that not only the ability to use it from an offensive perspective, surprising your opponent, the Ghost Walk, but also just from a defensive perspective too. So not to say we haven't seen it go either way here, but Chain's got to play as awesome as he did in game 2 there. I don't think LG is going to be as important. I think the rail's going to be even more important in this one, but we'll see. We'll see what happens here as we anxiously await game 3.
Rail is going to be a big part of this map, and I'm going to steal some info that Rafa spit on his stream, I think, last night, talking about it. Yeah, I'm stealing from the professor.
Do it.
Steal from the best. He was talking about the Anarchy matchup on this map specifically, and if you optimize pickups of the vials, you technically, around 5 minutes, I believe he said, you could take 3 rails off the spawn natural stack just based on boosting Anarchy's max HP using that ability. So if Chain can get that going, then you have a greater chance off the spawn. Again, rail is a huge portion of Blood Covenant. So that's something that Chain has to be thinking of and try and optimize. Again, against a Nyx who's constantly popping Ghostwalk, it's not going to be easy by any stretch of the imagination, but definitely something that you might want to focus on, especially, you know, if you're getting the items and you're getting the frags, that's just gravy on top of it, right? So we're going to see. It's going to be a battle for the vials as well as the items. We are working out, I think, some cam issues, but we're going to get into it shortly, and this one is going to be a good one. Map 3 Decider is always great, Weed.
Yep, and right now predictions are like 50-50 right down the middle. We got equal lanes on both sides, so get your cheers out there.
Yeah, 50-50,
you know,
yeah.
It is pretty darn
rare.
Close. Very, very rare, but when you have a back and forth and a display like that, I'm not surprised, 40. So we're moving on to game 3. This one will be the decider. You know, I thought that we could see a bit more one-sided matchup, but Chain's come to play today, and this matchup would be important for him to potentially move up in those rankings. So very, very important matchup for both of these players at this point. And give us something like what we've seen the last 2 games. I'll be a happy Quaker.
Yep. Anything that makes you swear on air is my favorite. So map number 3, we're getting into it. Blood Covenant as the decider between Chain and CNZ, and just shame on all of you for making fun of me for predicting Chain, but here we go. 10 minutes until we figure out who takes this set, and we're starting off on Chain, using that inject right off the bat for that extra speed. Great mobility here, and he's going to get a rail as well. Strong start for Chain. Yeah,
I mean, both players, I think, in ready, but Heavy is up. It finally gets grabbed. And now we've got a rail war up here on the bridge. CNZ is able to kind of kick Chain out for a moment, but there's those vials you were talking about. Going to want to be staying on top of those as well. So rails definitely coming out from CNZ. Sorry, yeah, I was just waiting for them from the top, and then boom, boom, they both came out.
Absolutely crazy. Yeah, it's very sketchy there from Chain. Taking a lot of early rails, and CNZ just doesn't seem to be missing any of the rails. 75%, 3 for 4, not a bad start at all. Chain able to grab the Mega. Use the inject already. He's going to use that pretty much every time it's up to try and get that hover tank status, get that HP up to the max here. Is now maybe a bit of a trap. This position's very strong if you play in the corner and your opponent just comes driving by. Tries to take the early peak rail, but CNZ is just so ready for that, Weed.
Yeah, CNZ has been on top of those rails, and that's really been the one thing that hasn't allowed Chain to take the multiple steps forward that I think he wants to. Now, he's going to grab himself the Mega, get a little bit of armor stack here. But, well, he does have a rail. He's just not really been in a position where he can use it. So, you know, Chain is not a player that gets overly aggressive, although, you know, could call me wrong after watching map 1. But I think right now he's clearly showing I'm going to play with my brain, you know, the way Coolers want you to. So anyway, there we go. The eject comes out, but CNZ, he already landed 2 rockets and unfortunately was able to pretty easily clean that up, 40.
Yeah, nice little trap there, just literally dropping on Chain, and Chain just couldn't get around the corner using that inject with too much damage already, and he's going to take the fight to CNZ. Okay, CNZ says, nope, I'm going to hit the panic button, get out of there. Big rail up the jump pad as well. Hits another one, 25 HP for CNZ. Does return a rail of his own to try and keep Chain off his back, but Chain showing a little bit of, you know, utilization with that rail as well.
Yeah, I think it really comes down to position, right? Needs to be in a spot. There are 3 great shots from in the last 5. Had a lot more to do with the positioning. Does put out that inject and tries to clean it up, but can't. Now, Chain still gains some ground here on this one. He's going to go ahead and rock jump up. Very aggressive move, and CNZ switching to the LG shuts him down for it. I kind of liked it, 40. It just didn't work out the way he wanted it to.
I definitely like the play. I'm going to take the fight to you, make you pop that ghost walk, maybe re-engage afterwards.
Yeah.
And CNZ, like you said, no, 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 not today. Pushes him back down with the LG, massive damage. And now he's got quite the stack on a Nyx as well as a 2-frag lead.
And still no rail, so has to be careful here because he's definitely up against CNZ, who does have one, and over to the columns he goes. He knows his opponent's going to pop around the corner, and he does. Oh, the rocket falling. Chain just unable to really outdo the positioning of CNZ. CNZ's control is more about where am I and where are you, but huge LG coming out from Chain. Can he clean this up? Oh, the inject. Oh, into the shotgun blast. Chain finally on the board.
A lot of damage, needs to be careful here. Dodging the tri-ball, grabbing the vials. A little bit more of a tickle. It's not up for 3 seconds. For a second, I thought he was going to gamble and go up the jump pad, but wisely decides not to. He's going to try and re-up on some health. Lacking armor now. Heavy's up in 2, and it looks like he might try and get this armor shard and make a break for it, but in that time, CNZ swipes it. Little unfortunate there, but Chain's still okay, all things considered, only trailing by 2. Just needs to be careful of his next moves here.
Yeah, I'm really interesting the decisions that Chain is making here. You know, he stayed on the bottom level for like a solid 10 seconds, just kind of getting what he could and trying to get an idea where his opponent is, and he misses the little nail jump over to the rail, so he's got to make up with the rocket jump, and that's costly. Ooh. That's costly right here. We got some rails exchange, and Jex coming out, and Chain is staying on top of those, already up to 107 at this point. Around the corner, looking for the rail shots, but they just aren't coming.
Oh, could have been a big rocket, but CNZ just dodging that a little bit. I think it was 15 at the end of the day. And Chain, you're right, he's just patrolling the low ground, giving up this mega for free. Doesn't have the positioning that he wants to try and take some chip damage or a fight. Playing very passive here, living off armor shards, just waiting to try and get more high ground and better positioning for fights.
Less than 5 minutes left to go, so halfway through. This game is a decider, still very low scoring. Could have another frag right here and into the corner. CNZ gets blasted, and then a follow-up rocket to finish it up. Oh, the ghost walk up the jump pad. He's right on top of him. I don't think Chain has any idea. He turns the corner, but it doesn't matter. He wins the LG fight, and we are tied 3-3. And it's getting a little nasty in here, 40.
I love it. Full clinch right now. Almost gets that beautiful rail. Just a nice lineup, just missing out. But yeah, Chain, that rocket on the jump pad, sending him to the moon. The ghost walk comes out, and then he's able to finish it. There's the rocket, and he just misses the ledge clip, saving CNZ's life. Is Chain going to gamble? He is. There's the mega pickup, a little bit of rocket damage, but not enough. And CNZ's able to get out of there, but he's so hurt after the 50 shard pickup as well, Wheat.
Yeah, both players coming out of that one a little rough, but CNZ definitely missing a limb or two. Is going to get back up. Now grab that heavy, but almost negated immediately with the rail. Answered back by CNZ. Once again, the inject comes out. And we also saw Ghost Walk pop there. So both players with their abilities down at this point. And we're hitting 6 minutes, 40 seconds now. One rail left for Chain. He's going to need to get back on top of that. And we are going to have heavy coming up here in just a moment. Now CNZ, who at least just grabbed the mega, could benefit from that and take that bridge positioning. So here we go. Chain, he's over by the mega. It's going to allow his opponent to get that heavy, huge LG damage coming out of there. But Chain's going to just back off and live to fight another day.
Full natural stack here for Chain, and I think he's playing this as best as he can. He does feel like he's relegated himself to the lower mid area for most of this game, but he's still tied at 3, so not bad. Trying to set a trap here, maybe LG, but he missed times. It uses the inject and gets out instead. There's the Ghost Walk chase. Neither player landing a lot of big damage on that one, but a close call.
It was definitely a close call, 40 for sure, and still tied 3-3. The more time that ticks away, I think the more careful both players are getting. His opponent drops down to the bottom and is going up against it, and the rocket to the wall. Like, I can't even believe it. But CNZ does manage to get the frag on the jump pad. Gonna have another battle over near the columns. This is huge because it goes to CNZ, and that puts him up by 2.
Wow, and Chain just wanted that refrag so bad, but he didn't get close enough, and the shotgun not coming up clutch for him. Now he's trailing by 2 minutes. Big LG from behind, almost hitting the rail combo. There's the inject as well. More LG trying to find another rail, and CNZ wants to put this one away. He's already up by 2, but one more frag will surely seal it. And Chain hanging by a thread. Not even a lot of HP to work with. No armor. And this is looking real dire for him, Weed.
Yeah, you know, I don't even know where I feel like it went wrong there. There is a point of being too careful sometimes, and I know that sounds weird to say, but I kind of feel like CNZ just had a good opportunity here. He's going to pop his Ghost Walk, get back in front of him again, lands a rail. His opponent's falling down, almost a second one. But suddenly he's putting Chain in a real bad spot because he's not giving him any openings at all. Those types of rails can completely be showstoppers to someone like Chain who's trying to bring back 2 frags with 1 minute left to go.
And that play where CNZ pushed on the Mega could be the backbreaker here. Good LG from Chain. He needs to follow it up. He can't land the rails that he needs, Wheat. Does hit one. CNZ will escape, though, through the LG tunnel. And now, look at that double back. Beautiful play from CNZ. And he has the Ghost Walk up again. And he should be able to run out this 40-second timer. But that push on Mega, just going up, stealing the Mega, that was huge. And look at these rockets. The defensive play, again, shining from CNZ right now as he smells victory on map number 3.
I think he does as well. He's just going to position himself, exit outside the exit, a teleport on top level. What a rail as he flies by. He's going to still try to clean this one up with the LG. No, it's not going to matter. Chain very low, but this game is over as CNZ squeaks it out 5-3. It was a back and forth 40. But CNZ does manage to claw his way into victory 2-1. GG's exchanged, and what a series it was.
And the rails, 27% rail for Chain compared to about 52-53% for CNZ. Whether or not you want to completely blame the situation on that, those rails added up for Chain, unfortunately. And
yep.
I don't know. I think that combined with just that amazing push on that Mega, going up the jump pad, grabbing it, getting the frag was huge. But enough about what we think. We were there. Lethal, come on back. Tell us how you feel about what you just saw.
Mate, that second map was literally just a street fight. For the first 7 minutes of that, it was just so chaotic. It wasn't even organised chaos at that stage. They were both just constantly just training each other out. But Chain played so well with that methodical approach. You're trying to play it quite calculated here, but CNZ took quite a few risks to get these items, and you got to remember as well, that final map, he had 27 items to the 8 of Chain, so he had the item control for the majority of it.
Yeah.
Chain having to fall back, had to get the right angle, get some chip damage. It was very rough for him, but it's just one of those things really, if you struggle to contest. Sometimes it was like what Wheat said, played it a little bit too safe for these items.
As we take a look at the stats and the wrap-up from map number 3, 5-3 is the final score, and overall CNZ takes it. But quite the showing from Chain. I think he doesn't really have much to be ashamed of. Again, you always want to win, especially at this level. It hurts, but like that performance was solid.
Yeah, I mean, you know, just again, I referenced the last 2 minutes of map 2. It was phenomenal. I think that's like, if you want to play a perfect 2 minutes, right? Like it shows how capable Chain is, and CNZ was solid through and through. I just love those really tight comeback games like that, and then I think, you know, capitalizing on top of that. But CNZ was definitely the player with consistency through all 3 games. You know, despite losing that second game, still looked phenomenal through and through. So I think, you know, to what you were saying even earlier, Lethal, right? Like this is the good CNZ side of the season where he's definitely stepping up. But yeah, good on Chain. You know, that was a remarkable display of skills throughout, and definitely gave us some awesome entertainment here on a Saturday morning afternoon.
Completely agree. Saturday morning Quake tunes. And we got one more left. We saw CNZ. We're going to see his teammate Dramas take on Maxter. But first, a quick break, and we will come back with the final match of the day. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, everybody, to Quake Pro League Week 13. This is going to be the last set of the day. I'm 40 Lions, joined by the one and only Lethal and the legendary DJ Wheat. We've seen a lot of Quake, but now it's time to hyper-focus on Dramas versus Maxter. Wheat, I'm going to let you break it down first about how you feel about these players. What are your thoughts?
Great. Love both these players. I think they've shown some real moments of brilliance in Season 3, and frankly, in their entire QPL careers. But we definitely have some highlight moments that's come from both of them this season. So the fact that we're getting a chance to see these two players that are so closely ranked against one another kind of go head-to-head in our final featured match, I think is very fitting. So Maxter sits at the number 8 spot, where Drama sits at the number 9 spot. There you can see right there. So, right, like very, very close in terms of overall records, with Maxter a few additional wins. But, you know, like the way it shakes out is really interesting. So very, very close match. I've been really invested in both of these players throughout all of Season 3, and I expect this to be a pretty explosive matchup.
Lethal?
Yeah, I completely agree. It's like I mentioned at the start of the day. It's basically, for all these players, it's about sliding into that top 8 and trying to get at least a top 8 seed. Because from then, if it's a 24-player double elimination bracket, I think technically the top 8 seeds should get by into the second round winners. Not 100%, but I could be making up. I don't know. But statistically, from that point of view, that should be how it works. So at least that way you get a little bit of a rest period going into round 2, etc. But for that, though, as well, we'll have to see exactly what Jamis and Maxter can do. Jamis had a blazing start, didn't he? Against Razy and Wenger, he beat them both during the first month of the Quake Pro League this season, and he's fallen off a little bit over the last month. So been a little bit interesting to say the least. He's had some close affairs against a lot of his matchups, but Maxter's come off that win against Nosfer a couple of weeks ago, where Nos has been the kryptonite, basically Frio's Maxter all the time, constantly, and just has his number. Like, I feel like Nosfer knows something about Maxter which no one else does, but this time around, finally for the first time, Maxter takes him down. He's going to be feeling good about himself and wants to try and keep that top 8 spot if he can.
Totally agree, and I have to throw in there, I know he's going to hate it, but Dramas also beat Rafa. Anyways, let's go to the pick bands real quick. I mean, it's easy to forget, right, Lethal? How dare you?
For sure, yeah.
As we take a look, Ruins of Sarnath, Corrupted Keep, Awoken, and one final time for today, Lethal, please run me through the champ picks and paint us a picture, you brilliant, handsome artist, you.
Oh, stop it, you. Well, let's have a gander anyway. I'm not surprised Awoken's there, because both players are statistically very good on Awoken. Corrupted Keep pick from Maxter, that is very interesting in itself, and we're not going to see any BJ either. Will be the Ranger versus the Death Knight. Scale, for the second time, we're going to see it on Ruins. We've seen it a little bit more over the last couple of months anyway, in terms of the meta, and the Galena is going to keep him on his toes anyway with the totem. But the last pick is going to be an interesting one for me. Drummer's actually banning the Nyx and has free roam with that Saw lag, but it's got to be careful with the agility and the verticality, of course, with that Athena from Maxter. So just have a look at it so far. I kind of feel like with Maxter, he does have the advantage statistically. He is best on Awoken and Ruins, and the fact that he's actually selected Corrupted Keep is interesting for me, because he could have just gone straight with Awoken, but maybe he just thought to himself, maybe Jamis is going to select it for him for map number 3, which he has done. So I feel like Maxter has made the right picks, a slight advantage in terms of maps.
You know, I think what stands out the most to me is that I do think the DK pick on Corrupted Keep is like pretty interesting, right? We've seen it before. It's not anything new, but like Maxter has a certain, you know, he's very, how do I say it? He's like stoic when he plays, right? People talk about his posture and how he's always like so focused and just ice, you know, cold in terms of his lack of emotion. I've certainly seen it, but I'm curious to see DK with Maxter on this, you know, on this map, right? I think it's more, I'm going to use this in a very calculated way. Of course, going up against a Ranger, right, it's going to make for an interesting matchup no matter what. So I also do think that third map is real interesting with the agility kind of versus sort of the zoning of Sorlag. So this is a tough one to call, gentlemen. I don't know.
But if we had to.
Here we go.
But if we do the thing where we have to, what would you say, Wade?
You know, wait, let me see wait, I've got the pick bands right here.
I can say my predictions first if you need another 10 minutes, though. It's fine.
Yeah, go for it. I only need about 8 minutes, but yeah, go for it.
I think Maxter should technically take this 2-1 with the form he's in at the moment, but then again, Dramus has played some pretty tough opponents. But then again, he did at the very beginning, didn't he? Like we said before, taking a Razy, Wenger, Rafa. He's had this potential. I don't know if it's because he is more warmed up on those weeks and ready for it compared to recently. I'm not really too sure. But statistically, Maxter should edge this. But I'm talking like the smallest margin. Not even I can even contemplate what could occur here. Because I'm in the same boat as you, where it's like 2-1, but just who is it going to be? That's going to be the real question.
Yeah.
I reckon Maxter maybe 55-45.
Yeah.
Well, we all love edging, so I'm just going to say it's Dramus. Dramus is just going to take it. It's
All
baby
right.
girl's. It was baby girl's birthday on Wednesday. I need to get out of here and feed her. So
I-
if everyone in chat can just say happy birthday, Nix, I'll leave you to professionals to do
All
this
right.
one.
Great.
And then I'll take care of baby girl. So we'll
Great.
see you guys in a
You
bit.
do that.
Bye, Nix. Yep. Bye, 40. Yeah, I think I tend to agree with you a little bit, Lethal, and it is hard. It's a hard choice to make overall. It's going to depend on just a lot of the moment, but I tend to agree. I think it's definitely a 2-1. I think I lean a bit more towards Maxter, but also wouldn't be shocked if Dramus pulled this one out, right? I
Yeah.
think what would be the most shocking to me would be one of these players 3-0ing the other. I think that would probably be like, oh my God.
Well, this is the problem as well. It's like both players are so good at Awoken and Ruins. In terms of win rate, it's their go-to kind of maps, and the fact that both fair. And it's how Max has selected Vale for a particular reason. Maybe because he's defeated Rafa once before in it. He's probably thinking to himself, well, there's no reason why I can't beat any other player on that map either. We don't see him play it a lot during the Pro League, but maybe he's hiding something up his sleeve. I don't know. I'm getting a migraine even trying to decide exactly what is going to happen, because we don't. It could be 3-0 either side, it could be 2-1 either side. Probably one of the closest matchups we witnessed, but now that I've said that, it's probably going to be a 3-0 and a clean sweep.
Yeah,
and
of
we'll go
course.
home early.
Yep. The caster curse is
Of
is
course,
real.
of course.
We'll definitely see. We got a nice mix up of across the board, the different champions being played here. I do think it will make for some very unique play for this final featured matchup. But yeah, it's also going to have a pretty big impact on the overall rankings. This would allow Dramus to move up into that top 8 and allow Max to go a little bit deeper in that top 8. So a lot to gain, a lot to lose for both of the players here, which means that's the best kind of matchup, the best kind of head-to-head and 1v1 that we can have going into it. Because now that we are getting a little bit further in Season 3, these matches are definitely going to have a significant impact on where people sit there for the finals.
Yeah, it certainly will do. And you've got to remember, the players coming in from challenges already, like Tox has already made it through, Buxter as well, a few other names which have been slowly rising up in the league. It's not something you should underestimate in terms of the players there, which is why everyone are trying to avoid that absolutely like the play to try and get that top 8 seed. But here we go, map number 1, final series of the day between Dramus and Maxter, kicking things off with Dramus's POV with the Rail and LG combo early.
Yep, going to be looking for that bull rush usage in this one. That's the thing that always kind of makes me make comments about Scale, is that
You love him, really.
So we'll see, right? I'm really curious. I like the ultra aggressive way it goes about it, but it could also lead to some really sort of bad, embarrassing moments. So we'll have to see how this is going to play out. And Dramus right now playing this one so very slow, does finally manage to get himself that rail. He's got everything else. He makes his way to grab that heavy, and will do some totem management here, which I definitely like to see. I think that's so important when you're up against a Glean on this map.
Yeah, back in the heyday, Dramus used to favour the bigger style of maps in the map pool. Nowadays, it's a little bit different. Oh, he's going to use the bull rush earlier to try and catch him. Doesn't, but will he be able to do enough damage here anyway? Oh, the LG just way too ruthless. Maxter just looked like he was just standing there at that point.
Yeah, there you go, ladies and gentlemen, in a nutshell, in 10 seconds, why I have struggles with Scale right there. Again, love the aggressive play, but then it's like, oh my gosh, it, backfired in just amazing way. So Maxter's on the board now. I think, though, that's what Maxter has to be scared of, right? Imagine if that did connect. Imagine if connected a second time. That would have been Dramis's frag. So I get it. It's a viable strategy. That, however, is not, as he hits a rocket on the lip as he falls down, and Dramis now putting himself in the negatives.
I know what you mean, though. It's like the idea of the bull rush at certain times, it's like, yeah, should be good. It just doesn't plan out how you want it to in terms of execution straight afterwards. But yeah, Maxter off to a flying start here. Good rail using the bull rush again. Does hit him with it and clears him up beautifully with the rocket there. Of course, in that courtyard. But look at this, though. Drams has got a huge stack to play with still. Can contest anything he likes at this point. So don't forget about the starting stack. Maxter here picking up that light. Still got the Kalane in play. Heavy's coming up now, but decided to delay it only by a few seconds, but mainly due to the fact that he can hear the audio cue directly from above anyway with the Mega. So let's see how Drams is going to go about this. He's got the shotgun ready for when he does use that bull rush to shotgun combo. Decides to go back up, but Max has already hit 2 3 for 3 rails. Lovely stuff from Maxter.
That's exactly the thing. I think you want to avoid lethal. I mean, I understand getting hit with that first shot, but look at the rails and coming out of Maxter. These things are nutty at this point. He's shooting about a 70% right now with 10 shots taken and 7 of those hit. But I think coming back up that jump pad was a pretty big mistake there, as Maxter continues to show, like, listen, you better put some respect on my Rails name, because I'm here to play this one. And Maxter finds his 3rd frag lethal as he cleans that one up with the LG.
Yeah, I think Dramis was in the situation where he thought to himself, oh, surely he won't think I'm going back up a 3rd time. Of course, yep, expected it straight away just in case. 20 HP now. But Max is able to survive for now. The problem is Dramis hasn't got any armor to his name. Looking for those lights, I'm sure, on the other side. Mega's been up for a considerable amount of time using the ball rush to get him, but doesn't get there in time. But he's railable, but Maxter does have a rail of his own. Good stuff from him, because, of course, one more shot from Maxter. Or for Dramis rather, and he would have been cleaned up. It would have been 3-1 in favour of Maxter here. But I must say, though, Max is doing a good job just making sure these totems do stay alive, even though earlier on it was a little bit of a shambles, as Dramis just hiding in that LG area. That rocket was very, very close, but in the end, Dramis looking to try and progress forward with that shotgun. Oh, beautiful rail again from Maxter. What's the percentage? 64 out of 17 shots. Not too shabby.
Yeah, he's still stacking them on and just hitting the bullseyes on these. Really nicely done. And I like his positions that he's playing that's giving him some of these angles. You know, some of them are given up by Dramis, but all right, now here we finally have a rail hit on the other side, and Dramis answers back. He's been looking for that for a while and does finally get himself back on the board after being in the negatives early on. Still 4 frags separating these two, but I really do think that Dramis kind of needed that one. He's going to get a little bit of damage done. Bull Rush comes out, completely misses him. What a juke! And Maxter mows him down to make it a 5 frag game again.
I was literally on the edge as well. And the kill before that, Maxter just made the assumption that Dramis was going to drop for the heavy as he hits the rail, but instead just went over the top. But Maxter, 10 HP, 5 minutes left. Still got a fair amount of time to work with here. Maxter now just biding his time, just holding that top mega. But the problem is, Dramis is going a little bit too late to contest, not like he was in a position to anyway. Maxter still hasn't found an LG, which is going to cause him a few issues at that medium range. But he's going to pick it up momentarily anyway. Stacks almost equal. Heavy's up in the next 9 seconds. It's a matter of who's going to go for what. But so far, though, Maxter is looking absolutely pristine.
Yeah, he is. He's playing it. I mean, now they're playing in this back area. Like, he's got to be setting up, I'm guessing, for Mega there. He finally makes the rotation over. Does catch his opponent coming out from down below. And he'll run right back into that basement, looking for another chance to find a shot. All the totems are down right now. This would be a good time to fight, as he's got his opponent trapped up in the back. He will pull back as he gets ready, and I think that's a great job, using it to reposition here for heavy.
Oh, as if he's going to burn that as well. And when he went to survive it, he should be able to, considering. But yeah, Dramis, a little bit too late there. I think he was hoping for something different. And you could see there, Maxter actually dropped down for the heavy early, just so he could have positional advantage over it, and just decided to leave him in that courtyard. So that was well played from Maxter there.
Yeah, I mean, he could have forced that fight, but if he lost it up, on the top level and then went back down, that just wouldn't have been good. It would have lost the fight, given a frag, and then given up a major item rotation, potentially a whole cycle. And there's 2 more frags off the spawn. And, I think Maxter's just showcasing a very patient game, right? He's willing to say, I'm going to wait in this position. I'm going to not give you good positions to bull rush me. Sure, a couple have been successful, but totems have kind of been the clear winner in terms of like who gets the advantage overall. An 8-point game lethal, that's a really, really hard mountain to climb at this point in time. And Dramus is going to find a full cycle of both of these items, but it's just, I'm afraid, not going to be enough.
Yeah, it's starting to look really rough as time goes on at the moment, especially with the amount of items he's picking up over the last couple minutes. But overall, Maxter has had 17 items to the 11 of Dramus. A couple of Max in terms of his weaknesses, but he'd always struggled to keep full item control for a long period of time, but also have problems with his ammo management. But it seems to have corrected that over the last few months and decides to go off the map anyway. His Dramus managed to clean that up, but it's not really going to turn the tide too much. Max down with a bit of a giggle in chat just to let Dramus know. I think he was a little bit carefree there, but it doesn't matter. Like we said, 7 frag lead. He's got 2 minutes to try and find it, but you got to remember, it's going to be very, very tough to call considering the position Max is in with these items.
Yeah, if there was like 2 conversion frags off of that ring out there, that would have been pretty good. There we do get a bull rush kill. 6 frags with less than 2 minutes left to go. A little rough, right? I think Maxter just did such a great job of controlling and locking down. A chase is absolutely going to take place here. But wow, look at that rail in front of the face and a combo kill to boot. 7 frag game now, and game 1 will most certainly be going to Maxter.
Yeah, certainly will, 100%. Jamis is probably hoping that Max still have an off day, but in terms of aim skill, he never, ever has an off day. It's very, very rare, and this is just going to be another clear example of it. Very warmed up and ready for this matchup.
Yeah.
And now in terms of totems, yeah, it's looking very strong indeed. It's going to be interesting to see how the next couple maps plan out, because you've got to remember, this was Jamis' Mac pick. And then with Max to how he's going to perform on Veil, if he performs like this and make it rail heavy, then Jamis isn't really going to have a good time over these next couple of maps.
I agree. I mean, we're going on to Corrupted Keep. Obviously, things are going to be a little bit different there. Dramus is going to have Ranger, so have a little bit of mobility and offensive power with the orb. Of course, DK has that burst potential. That's the thing I was really excited to kind of see how Maxter handles and how he works that into his own playbook. But clearly Maxter was prepared for this matchup, right? I think it is, forcing any fight that is not going to be a up close and personal fight. And he's done a phenomenal job. Frankly, I think that it's pretty easy to do on this map if you're, a good player who's playing smart. So, yeah, I'm not really sure what the perfect game looked like here for Dramus. Maybe it was like, well, I hit that first bull rush, and then it was just downhill from there for my opponent. That's not what happened as we hit the 10 minutes, and it'll be 12-3, and Maxter takes that one. And I think, the totems were cleaned up early on, but clearly there was some overstacks and gave a lot of opportunity for Maxter to fight when he wanted to fight and take the battles and even give up items at some point. So just was a better played game by Maxter.
Yeah, it certainly was indeed. And you saw there 36 or 37 shots fired at around 59%. What can you do against that? This is the issue. Like, the only thing you can do is just to try and get some off angles, or at least try and re-pick a couple of times, or just not really give him too much frame in terms of actually having that advantage. It was very, very tough. But you see, for Dramus, he had the right idea with the bull rush a couple of times when he was going for the mega, or at the very beginning when he was trying to catch off Max at the T-junction. But again, the idea was there, but just the shame about the execution. But Max was prepared for it. It was always, you can always see that Max was at a far enough distance or range so that if he does use the bull rush most of the time, or 3/4 of the time, but he wouldn't really get the full package out of it. He wouldn't be able to get as much as he would like in terms of damage, and so you can obviously circle around them or lay a few times. But yeah, this is just ridiculous stuff. Max is just definitely on form here, and Jamis is to try and heavily step things up if he wants to even have a chance in this second map.
Yeah, that was a Maxter highlight reel right there. If I've ever seen one. We did see that early bull rush rocket combo, which was pretty nasty. But those rails for Maxter to clean up, it obviously Scale Bearer is a big target, a little easier to hit. So things change though as we move over to this second map, Corrupted Keep. This would be one I'd love to see, just like that third series, go to a decider for the third game. But we got the DK versus the Ranger, right? So what do you think here? I wouldn't say this is a super uncommon matchup. I think there's advantage for both of these characters. But any additional thoughts now that we've seen game one?
We had this same matchup on Awoken previously, and I always said it was more the Ranger due to the fact that he has a lot of get out jail free cards with the Orb on Awoken. But for Corrupted Keep, it's going to be a little bit different. You can cycle both items even they're not heavily segregated with the Orb. But again, the chance of your opponent not contesting one of them is slim to none, depending on how weak they are. That's going to be the issue. But with a Death Knight, with a Flame Strike as well, he has a lot to work with, a lot more to play with compared to what you would normally see on Awoken, for example. Now, the problem is, though, I don't know how he's going to go about it. I think we can see the Orb more used for damage more than at least getting away, because we know that the recovery process of Corrupted Keep can be very difficult, can be quite long-winded, especially if they've trapped you in a certain corner. But I won't be surprised. The other thing I want to say is the fact that Dramus played a very, very rail-heavy game. You saw with the rockets in the LG that he did like 100 damage with the LG, 300 with the rockets. So that's what kind of worries me a little bit, because we saw there that even though Maxter had a very high hit percentage with the rail, with the LG and rockets, it was kind of quite even across the board apart from the rail. So that's what kind of questions how Dramus is going to be approaching this matchup.
Yeah. I could see him being aggressive with Orb, maybe hyper focusing on rockets a little bit. I'm curious to see if Maxter uses DK more in just a zoning, right? Because I do think the one thing that DK can do on this map is limit your exits, right? Like you want to go this way, but there's a big old pool of fire there. Gonna go this way. But this is probably the most interesting of the three maps that I'm kind of excited to watch to happen here. And it looks like we're counting in, so let's get started. Take it away.
Before we go back to Ruins in for a rematch, but never mind, we'll go straight back into Corrupted Keep, starting off with Max's POV. If you'll just join us at the moment, Max is coming up 1-0. So far, Max is just keeping his distance. I think we're going to see a lot more heavy machine gun usage from Dramus compared to Maxter, but we'll see as time goes on. Good use of the Flame Strike, though, when the Orb comes into play in full effect. And that's what we were talking about previously. More for the damage and less about trying to at least cycle these items. But then again, Dramus still trying to stay alive at 42 HP. But it's got a minute second now, and Maxter manages to steal it away.
Oh no, that was super unfortunate, because what a great start. And that's going to let Maxter grab both of these major items. And that is just, that's one of those unfortunate things. Dramus looked like he was 1 second too early there. He did have a little battle where he contested. Here we're going to have Flames come out yet again. LG in hand, and Maxter will get that second frag. So still a 1 frag game, but Maxter's picked up 2 in a row, looking for a third one. Orb comes out, nicely done by Dramus, as he does pick up the frag and tie it back up.
That was so good. Maxter was in a bit of a pickle there. You saw there he was in a position where he could either block the heavy machine gun spawn or the red ring spawn. He decided to block the heavy machine gun spawn, but as I said, it drops on 7 HP, but Maxter manages to get away with that. They were both on 7 and 10 HP respectively. But yeah, talk about what I was saying earlier. Yeah, he decided to force the spawn into red rim because he's got a slight disadvantage in terms of actually being able to push on forward with that choke point of the door frame. Oh, that was just... the stuff he's getting away with right now is just ridiculous. But Maxter, of course, doesn't have the stack you would like. He's going to back away. Does have the heavy, and Dramus isn't going to get there in time. But he uses the Flame Strike for that denial process, as you were talking about earlier, and look at this. This is helping beautifully, but Dramus gets away with that.
I love that setup, but that was also a smart move by Dramus, right? Come on through. So I love what Maxter is trying to set up there. Dramus is still going to tie this one back up, and we're going to have a huge back and forth as he slow walks it from the red room. Maxter's there waiting for him. A little LG finished off with the MG, and that is going to be him in the lead yet again. So, right, I mean, the orb and the fire is working out pretty much exactly how we predicted, but it's just a back and forth. In some situations, the orb has come out on top. In other situations, Flames allowed Maxter to get the damage done and burst it down, but neither is a clear winner yet so far.
Yeah, we haven't seen much heavy machine gun usage as of yet either compared to what we need some other players. It's just purely LG rockets and just an absolute slugfest. Dramus is going to come out on top on that one. 4 apiece. Max is not going to go for the trade frag. Just Dramus is not really weak enough. That's a good shotgun as well. Trying to try and fly on in, but Dramus is 23 HP and oh, Max is going to catch him before he kicks up the health bubbles as well here, Wheat. So Max is going to retain the lead, but I don't know how long for here. 7 seconds until the Mega's coming up. And both of them, again, it's just another street fight, just like we saw in the last matchup previously. 3 HP though, he can't go across. Uses the orb to try and get back up top, but still doing a fair amount of damage. How is he still... Finally taken down. Took a while, but we got it in the end. 5 apiece now. It's only just been just over 3 minutes of play.
I mean, a wild back and forth. There's like been so many things that have just been like, wow, it literally could have happened totally different. It branched off, created a completely different timeline, and that game is now being played in a whole nother multiverse, right? Like it was the 2 frags that we saw from Maxter to bring back were amazing, and I just can't believe how some of these things are shaking out here. But I love the action that we're seeing so far as we have an orb hitting and sticking to the side. It's not going to do much. Dramus this time, he's the one that's super hurt, and as he goes in, Maxter on top of it and just seems to be reading the mind of Dramus here and not letting him take any sort of ground.
And it's something we didn't mention about the Ranger either. Because of his passive ability of not taking much damage with the rockets, he can fly on in to try and catch his opponent without the use of the orb anyway. But the Mega, he just manages to steal it. But of course, when that weapon's in his arsenal or at his disposal, he wasn't able to capitalize on that. Maxter does get heavy. He's going to try and get away as fast as physically possible. Nice little rocket there raining down. Another good rocket as well. Oh, still, which was interesting. But I think he was more doing that for damage rather than just obviously just trying to get on top. But Maxter, though, got a healthier lead compared to what we've seen previously. Flame Strike does come out as forces Dramus out of a bad situation to maybe in an even worse one now. Goes into that red room, just tries to recover. But the problem is that Maxter has picked up the Mega and is on the warpath once again.
Yeah, it's, you know, Maxter kind of starting to stack those up a little bit. Shakes off the mouse, you know, he's in like that spot. He knows that 5 minutes, that's still a lot of time. I mean, anything could happen here. This game is far from over. But I do think Maxter kind of starting to figure out, okay, how my opponent's going to play, how I'm going to respond. There's been several times where he's caught his opponent there in the red room as his kind of preferred retreat to get the additional health bubbles. It's just these small decisions like that that I think are putting Maxter in the lead. But I still expect that Dramus can try to bring something back. Going to be tough, though, as Maxter grabs the heavy, now heading on over. Big rockets back and forth traded, and both players are going to stick to it and go for it, and they will trade.
That shouldn't have been a trade. I'm so surprised about that as well. I think Maxter was trying to finish him up with a shotgun, but was literally tickling him at that point from that range as well, and could barely see him. But look at the fires coming out from these two. It's just ridiculous. But Maxter does come out on top once again. Heavy is up. Dramus decided to go for the Mega instead. But it still has quite a lot of time to play with. Remember, that orb can be dangerous, and if he hits at the right moments at the right times, in the correct situation, there's no reason why he can't come back from this.
Yeah, he's got to keep it to 4, no more than 5. Like, that's where I really start to get a little nervous. Maxter now on the retreat as 2 rockets hit from Dramus. Dramus using the orb to clean up. I'm glad to see it, but at the same time, there's so many other ways to get rid of that 12 HP. At this point, maybe, though, it's like, go for it. I won't second guess you, Dramus. You play your game. But he does bring it back to 3 at least.
Yeah, I think he may have, we'll talk about it in a second. It's still trapped in the red with 7 HP, but he may have done that purposely so he could steal the hourglasses afterwards. I'm not really sure, but that could be another incentive there, because these guys have been going after hourglasses like it's nobody's business so far.
Very true.
As the Mega appear before his very eyes, both timings almost equal, almost in sync, as Dramus just looking to double check and make sure Heavy has been stolen, but of course at this stage, both coming out with the LG here. Dramas have the slightest of advantages there in terms of stack, but decides to back away anyway. But then again, who wants to take an aim duel against Maxter? That's going to be the other point to make. But Dramas is just finding his time now. He's the one that's actually changing the pace, but using the rockets, beautiful stuff, and now he can get the Heavy straight afterwards.
That was beautiful, perfectly positioned, perfectly shot, exited at the perfect time. He unfortunately gets caught by Maxter coming around the corner with that LG. He's on the defense trying to stay alive, will drop down onto some health, but very, very hurt from the top. Oh my God, he still manages to pull it off. 15 points of health remaining. He makes it a 1-point game, but he's got to be careful.
He has to pick up his mega. The health bubbles aren't going to be up for a little bit of time now, but decides to go in and recover, which is perfectly understandable. This is a great comeback from what's in for Drama so far. Look at that. Maxter just made the assumption that the mega has probably been taken a while ago, considering how desperate Dramas was to try and recover. So now a minute and a half left in play. And we did say not to underestimate the orb. But I feel like Drums is playing a lot more smart as well, just in general. Like, just abusing the skill set which he has, knowing that taking some of his angels against Maxter is just basically asking for trouble. And keeping his hourglasses in check as well. Has the orb ready in place. Good direct. He could go up here, which he does, but he doesn't clean them up. As Maxter is able to survive at the mega.
Yeah, that's, I mean, Dramas is still going to have one more chance here, but it's not going to be easy. He's going to grab those files to give himself hopefully one more orb for a potential frag. He's got to be looking for a tied scenario here, as we are going to see him on the retreat. Dramas still chasing down Maxter into the red room. These defensive rockets are hitting their mark. Once again, Dramas from the back corner, Maxter into the back hallways, and he is just looking to hold on to this lead, but Dramas catches him, and now it's a 1-point game, 40 seconds left to go, holding on to that orb. No, actually, the orb did come out in that last battle, so this is it. Dramas has to try to get it. He might have one more shot. Maxter with huge LG damage into the back, lethal, and that may be game.
Yeah, I was surprised he took that fight, because Maxter only had an LG to play with, and just went into his range and could have used that heavy machine gun a little bit more. He had the time, but Dramas is going to play cat and mouse here. He's not going to get a huge amount done. May take him down here, but it's just already way too much damage. Just raining down the rockets. Going to orb on up to try and clean him, which he does, but Maxter gets a vital trade. Not really vital, really, in all fairness, considering he had a 2-frag deficit, but yeah, Dramas played well to come back. He was like, what, down 10-6 at one stage.
Yeah.
Used the orb to full effect, but it's just the LG from Maxter. Look at that, 40%, and he did 1,800 damage, where Dramas actually favored the rockets a lot more and actually got around 2,000 damage. Unreal.
Yeah, I think when the LG comes out like that too, the other big thing that you have to take into consideration is how many times Maxter caught Dramas without any answered damage, right? You know, it's one thing if you're dodging rockets and taking damage and while fighting someone with an LG. How many times, right, did his opponent come around the corner, or he snuck on, right? He was looking in completely the opposite direction, and then boom, there's 60 damage from LG. It just is such a huge advantage in that regard. That was a beautiful use of the orb right there. I really liked some of what we saw from Dramas, but I think Maxter, again, talking about consistency, Maxter continues to kind of show it, right? While building the sort of highest echelon of like what his ceiling is, he does remain fairly consistent through and through, and we saw it there again in game 2. So he is going to take the series, but we're still going to get to see this third map on Awoken, where we're going to have Dramas on Sorlag and of course Maxter on Athena.
Yeah, and the Athena, it's very, very tough. If you get a leader gets the Athena and keep her on spawn, then, you know, the world is your oyster at that point. But with the Sorlag, the heavy versus light matchup, you're thinking about the starting stack from Dramas. If he plays how he's done previously, played very well heavy at the beginning in that first map, then it could be a little bit different in terms of the matchup here. He hasn't favoured the LG much. Even in that last map, he only had a few hundred damage, so we couldn't really say 34% was good or bad, because he didn't really use it enough to get a decent enough average percent. But yeah, when you got someone like Maxter, 40% LG, with the amount of damage and the amount of use he put into it, yeah, it's a very, very dangerous game in itself. And that's why I was debating about the play towards the end, where why would you come into range when you've got the heavy machine gun or to rockets? He's used the rockets so much. Might as well call him Garpy at this point. It's just being unreal. But I think with Awoken, it should be okay. I do feel like statistically, Jamis has also had a good time. I feel like on Awoken in terms of his win percentage. But saying that, so has Maxter. So it's very, very difficult to comprehend how it's going to come out trumps. That's why I was saying it's very difficult to say who's going to come out on top 2-1 either two players, because they're both very good on 2 of the maps out of 3, and I wasn't too sure how Corrupted Keep was going to go. But now we've witnessed it, and it was a very close affair. It's still going to be undecided, but there's no reason why Jamis can't take this 3rd map if he plays it a little bit more calculated.
I agree. I think it's completely possible here on Awoken. I don't see any reason why that couldn't happen. And that 2-1 still holds as far as I'm concerned. I think game 2 showed that a little bit, right? I mean, it was back and forth. Now, up against the consistency, it just means that there is a higher mountain and tougher mountain for Dramas to climb. But he's had his moments here during this matchup. So we'll see. As it's a new map, a new game. The series is going to go to Maxter. That will help him move a little bit further up in those rankings. Dramis, though, still looking for any opportunity to get that practice in, put those results on the board, and continue his run here in Season 3. So still excited to see how this one plays out. I hope it's close. I think it will be, Lethal.
I hope so, mate. I hope so, considering what we saw compared to that first match. Second match went too shabby, in all fairness, considering Jamis was coming back. But do you know what? It's going to be a weird style, well, a complete role reversal, actually. The fact that Max is normally the one who's the aggressor to create the decision tree for his opponent and then to keep him deciding which way, how, and when he's going to go. And Jamis is the one who's a little bit passive, will do the chip damage before he goes on in. It's going to be completely different because, of course, Maxter, he's playing the Athena. He has to do chip against someone as heavy as Sorlag. And, of course, with his starting stack straight afterwards, he can't just try and kill it on spawn straight afterwards. So, will we see a role reversal? I don't know. I wouldn't be surprised if Maxter does go and comes plays, which he has done already, but jumps straight on in. And already within 7 seconds, Jamis gets the first frag.
Oh my God, is glorious. The second frag too with the rail that could have been mistaken as a kiss. Like, I don't know. It was very, very close. Dramis does take a rail of his own, but Maxter, unfortunately, with that the second grapple he did, it hit a lip, and then he tried to course correct, and that was bad news for him. So Dramis up on 2 already, as he's going to try to, hold on for this heavy here, but Maxter with a huge, huge dose of shotguns finally on the board.
Yeah, he certainly is using that split for defensive purposes. He's going to expect it to come through. Yes, he does. Good, clean shotgun shots coming out from Maxter. And how things have changed here, 1 minute gone, already 2 apiece. Didn't expect that considering the position Maxter is in. He's making the right reads, though. It's just a matter of where Jamis is going to approach from. Sadly, did miss that first rail. It's going to give Jamis the advantage to pick up that heavy. He's just using that heavy machine gun. Just going to pull away and go towards the rail. But I like this from Maxter, though. Even though he's not getting the shots in, he's making the right reads and is positioning himself correctly. Wow. Going 2 for 2, looking for the third. Doesn't hit it, but is he going to try and... Oh, no, he doesn't. But leaves him anyway for the time being. 90 seconds have passed, still 2 apiece. Mega's come up next couple of seconds, but Maxter does have time to go for both if he wants to feel a little bit greedy.
Yep. Set himself up with some nice angles and most importantly hitting the shots. Unfortunately, that's like his second missed grapple, right? And oh my God, the direct rocket to the rail, and he's going to give chase here. He's looking for the machine gun to clean it up. He's going to find him in the back hallway. And there's the shotty again, 3-2. So, right, Maxter season opening absolutely went for it. Sure, there's been some unforced errors that have come out, but it hasn't stopped him from capitalizing on his positioning and control as he continues to hold on in this game with the 1 frag lead.
Max has done a great job with his weapon selection as well in every engagement he took. Back away once again, even though he did have top mid control, but Mega's going up in the next 12 seconds. He wants to see if Jamis is going to approach that choke point, decides not to. And the problem is, though, Jamis is going to have to make a move for this Mega at some stage. Max is just going to dive on in, he don't care, and he's treating it as though he's not using a light champion at all. But then again, you've got to think to yourself, with the stack, it's not really too much of a surprise here. But at least Dramus gives himself some leeway. Does steal away that Heavy, waiting for him to go for that Mega Cross, but just not going to happen. It's going to try and get back to the LG. Realizes a little bit too late, but misses that first rail as well. So important to get that chip in place, but at least Max has got a comfortable lead here. Does almost take him down, but 52 HP. Still got the health bubble, and the Mega's going to be up for the taking here. I'm not too sure if Dramus is going to be in time for the trade. No, he will not.
Yeah, he's going to try to force it anyway, and it's not going to work out well for him at all. I think one thing that's probably pretty key to point out here is that Maxter, even as his very subtle movement and control throughout this game, has just kept the rail out of Dramus's hands, and then has said, "I will use mine as much as I possibly can." There, we're finally going to see him get his hands on one, but it's really smart for Maxter to do that. I think that's what's allowing him to compound his lead a little bit. That's going to be his most dangerous, or the weapon that's most dangerous in the hands of Dramus, considering the champion he's playing. So good job by Maxter. I mean, he's definitely dissecting this game as he needs to, and you're seeing it in the score.
Yeah, that's right. It's surgically dissecting this down to a T. And look at the item control so far. 12 items for Maxter, 13 now, and 4 for Dramus. Dramus hasn't picked up a single Mega, but he has tried to contest it a few times. Riding that struggle bus massively. Does get the Heavy there in play. Got the health bubble next to him, so it's not going to be too different. He's wait for him to go on forward again. Just these reads are just incredible. 2 for 2. Is he going to make it 3? Looks like he will not. Just going to play it safe and try and clean him up with the rockets, but hits another rail. 3rd in a row. And he's just not letting up at all. 60% rail against an Athena out of 25 shots.
It's pretty good.
It's all right. It's all right.
Yeah. I mean, he's nailing them. Maxter going to grab that Heavy position, getting ready here for the Megas. Got a little bit of time, but it's going to go ahead and just go gung-ho on that. Does take some spit damage. Dramus finally landing a rail of his own. And now here's a crucial point. Unfortunately, he has very little health, but that would have been a great opportunity to convert. Almost everything he grabbed to heal is gone as Maxter just pounds the bullets into the skull of Dramus. Dramus hits a great rail, but it won't matter. Maxter still gets to steal away that Heavy, and he's just playing a great game. Using the grapple, position back up, taking, even those major items. Even if he would have died, that still would have been a good grab and pickup. But 7 frags, he can't completely go into, snooze mode here by any means, but he's just playing a great game.
Yeah, even Dramus gets a couple back-to-back frags here and there. You've got to remember the grapple for Maxter. He can just get away at any opportunity just to make Dramus's life a misery at this point. 4 minutes left, still getting pulled back by 7 frag deficit. Good rail, don't get me wrong. So he does drop down, goes into the LG area, just daring him to go forward with that rail. Misses, and Dramus is on 69 HP. Does manage to get away, but he needs to be the one to create these moves, not the other way around. Max is just looking to increase his lead. But you're right, though, he's just not really giving Dramus a chance to even have the opportunity to try and make a comeback in as much. Good use of the grapple as well, just for the agility to keep Dramus guessing. 11-2 now, and yeah, this is pretty much said and done.
Yeah, it's unfortunately getting further away, and obviously, if you've got to chase an Athena, it's not super fun, especially when you're looking at 9 frags separating. So Spit really didn't come in that big. Unfortunately, I think Maxter ended up retaining so much control that I think Spit becomes most effective as a zoning tool when you've got some level of control. But when your opponents take it and strip that away from you, what do you have in your kit? And that's I think the trouble that Dramus is kind of dealing with right here. So even though those initial frags came out kind of in his favor, the overall win is going to likely go to Maxter as he lands another great rail. Still sitting on 62 with 22 with 35 shots. 22 shots hit of 35 fired. So Maxter is surprisingly going to take this in a 3-0, and we said that might surprise us. Lethal, what do you think?
Yeah, we probably shouldn't have said it. it should be at this point. And Travis, the worst bit is, you know, you were talking about how he uses it as a zoning tool to have that defensive purposes for the early preparation of the items. That's absolutely true as well. And the only time he had that was the first 2 frags of the game. But it just went so fast. It just happened so quickly. It just accelerated to such a high degree that Maxter made sure he didn't have the opportunity to create that zoning purposes here. But then again, Maxter just increases lead further and further. It's just incredible to watch, isn't it? 62% accuracy against an Athena. You don't normally see it every day, but if someone told me it was Maxter who done it, I wouldn't really be too surprised at all. Good LG. Yeah, Jamis has pretty much given up at that point. Only 19 seconds left remaining. Mega's up, and Max has really put on a show. Ever since he got that win against Nosfer a couple of weeks ago, he seems to be hitting closer and closer to his peak performance, ready for QuakeCon.
Yeah, you know, I want to say something about kind of this particular matchup. You know, Maxter stands don't get super mad at me, but like in terms of how great Maxter's play on Athena has been, I feel like I've definitely seen better, right? We've seen him miss some grapples, some hooks, positioning's been fine, but we've definitely seen like some holy moly, like to take Athena out of their hands. But at the same time, the flip side of that, Lethal, is that Maxter's overall skill set is like S tier this whole match, right? So it's almost not even mattered that he's messed up a couple of grapples here or just, you know, gotten a bad position because of a grapple, whatever. Because he's making for all of that map awareness in his aim, in his decision making, and that all is so top tier that like it doesn't even matter that he's not playing the best Athena game that he's probably ever played. So a testament to, you know, Maxter in terms of how he's probably feeling right now overall about his own skills and you know, how he can bring them to the table each week here at QPL. So good job by Maxter. It was a great series.
That's all right. I know if in the chat's going to have pitchforks coming after you, I think you'll be all right.
That's okay.
2,500 damage. Look at that. 2,500 more damage. 28 items against the 9. It says it all. 61% against, you know, it's just absolute madness. And to be fair, if you got remember for Dramas, 50% against Athena isn't too shabby at all. So he definitely had his work cut out for him. But yeah, the aggression was just unreal.
Well, let's bring 40 back and see what he says as Maxter does manage to pull out a 3-0. There he is. We always know if something is wrong if you're not making that smiling face when we come back. Then we know like, oh my gosh, someone's holding 40 Lions hostage right now.
Something is horribly wrong because I fed Nix and then the auto feeder went off. I don't know if you've ever done that, Wheat, but I feel like an idiot. Anyways, yeah, I mean, quite the performance from Maxter. Map number 1, I feel like a lot of the bull rushes, and Wheat, you're going to love this, didn't amount to anything for Dramas. Some of them just whiffed completely. Some of them didn't do the damage he wants, and Dramas is a very all-in, aggressive player, and if he's not getting that damage, I think that's kind of what added up to that. Map number 2, I mean, the pivotal point for me was Dramas gets caught out at the armor shard above the boneyard. So much LG, and he jumped into the fire, and Maxter was able to just take that at the last second and open up the game to take the lead. And then map number 3 was just kind of brutal. I mean, start to finish was a little rough. As you said, not the top tier Athena play necessarily from Maxter, but enough to get the job done. And I think at that point, Dramas was a little dejected from the first 2 maps as well as we take a look at the recap of Awoken. But hats off to Maxter. I mean, he's having 2 great weeks. Again, 2 weeks back, taking down Nosfa, beating the end boss, and now a quick 3-0. Not bad at all. This is the time that you want to start ramping up as we get closer and closer to the finals on LAN.
Yeah, can't agree more, really. Maxter's... I do agree to a certain point, but I feel like, yeah, he's still got a couple more months as well. It's like when Wenger lost to Rafa. The good thing about that is the fact that they've got a couple of months to work on things, so it'll be the same for Max's position as well. But yeah, Maxter is currently 7th. He's going to maybe creep up a little bit more after that, considering what we saw, because there is a little bit of a tied fest there. Should be 6th, maybe at least keep 7th because of the CNZ situation before. But yeah, the scoreline say it all, really. You know, the first one, I do agree with what 40 was saying with the bull rush. He had the right ideas, sometimes a little bit too early for my liking, and sadly just missed out. Crop to Keep was a great match. Jonas actually clawed his way from a 10-6 full frag deficit and has always be able to tie the lead, but sadly Max was able to use his raw aim skill and be able to play a little bit more calculated than what Jumps is used to take that. And yeah, Awoken, we just won't talk about it. We'll leave it there. The score speaks for itself.
Yeah, I mean, definitely rough. But again, as you said, we're at the point where you want to start ramping up and playing better and better to finals, but there's still time for that adjustment. So
yeah.
Not the biggest deal. Dramas has proven that he could take down Titans. It's just a matter of figuring out where, the weak spots are in the game and what he's lacking moving forward as we do get closer to the finals. So unfortunately, I mean, Quake days are the best days, but the saddest part of them is they have to end, and this is where we're going to end for today. That was the last set. I know, heartbreaking. But Wheat, closing thoughts, feelings moving forward?
Yeah, thanks to all the players, everyone that came out to watch some more Quake today. Good stuff. I still got to throw out, go check out that Chain CNZ game 2. It was last 2 minutes are remarkable. So great. I'm loving it. I love that the action is kind of intensifying as we're getting closer to the championship. So, players keep giving it your all, and we'll keep showing up and loving every second of it. So thanks.
Lethal?
I'm not gonna lie to you, that 180 flick from Razy for the TP, it still gives me nightmares. And I can tell before it still gives him nightmares as well, literally. Gonna be waking up in a cold sweat thinking about it. But yeah, great day nonetheless.
Yeah, fantastic day. I agree. Lots of highlights from today. Do check out all of the games if you haven't. There's the VOD. There's VOD on YouTube, I believe, as well. But more importantly, do not forget June 19th, global qualifiers. If you want to sit in the chat and talk smack, show up and play 4 top spots. Get the trip to Romania, and you get to play on LAN, and then we'll have other chatters talking crap about you. It's great. It's lovely. But that is the end of the day. Big shouts to all the players, everyone in chat. It's always a pleasure, Lethal and Wheat, to be on the broadcast with you. Big shouts to PGL, everyone at id, Bethesda, everything. But that's it. We will see you next week. Love you guys. Take care of yourselves and one another. We'll see you next week.